was rude. And
people feel, or sometimes even it happens to the best of us. You you are taking a step back to just rest. You go on social media and you realize that somebody is doing some. Let's say you see Christy doing food bank and you are some chop bar experience or some huge project, but you had told yourself as a business owner that this time, you know, like go back and say I want to just rest. Then everybody is doing sales, and you think you want to do sales. So at what point do you take
Well, this question, I'm always taking breaks. I'm
a break? Baby
always,
girl for life.
always
Yes.
taking breaks. My friends call me soft life.
Of course.
You see, I don't like stressing about things.
Why?
Naturally, this is who I am. Unfortunately for you, if you try my way of doing things, it will backfire.
Rich.
Let me give you an example. I
Mm-hmm.
could have a meeting. I'm not the type that would say, okay, I have a meeting, let me get ready and go for this meeting. I would sit down, analyze it, and ask myself, so can I not have this meeting over the phone? Yeah. So I'm always looking for the softest ways to handle my issues. I'm not that lady that will wake up, I'm going from one office to the other to look for opportunities. No, that's not how I'm designed by the Almighty. So, in all honesty, I'm very good at taking breaks, and it works for me because it allows my brain to breathe.
Does it make you work better?
Yes, actually. And I always say that it's good to focus on one thing and do it very well, extremely
I
well,
thought you would clap to that.
rather than having a cluster of things. Today I'm doing this, tomorrow I'm doing that, and it's all not working out.
Mm.
So if you want to try it my way, I think focus on one thing at a time, and if you're like me, it might work out.
Mm.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. We'll give to Abna. Yes. Break. How has it been? Like, at what point do you feel, no, as for this month of March, I'm not making nobody fascinator?
You see, the business person in me
Mm.
just sees, ooh, money's coming in.
Uh,
But then again, the mother in me or the home, I wouldn't want to say homemaker,
mm.
yeah, homemaker in
Mm.
me likes to take that break, just sit down, listen to my children, listen to my family. What is it that we're doing? Because what I've realized is as a creative person, sometimes you get creative block. You cannot do anything to save your life, and
That's
it's
true.
so sad. And I'll tell a story for that. Sorry, maybe it won't take so long. So, a friend asked me to make a fascinator for somebody. My first thing was, I'm busy. Oh, sorry, I told her I was on break. And she's like, oh, Abna, please do it for the person. I was like, okay, because it's you, I'll do it for the person. So we had a meeting. We went to the person's office, and it was a second lady. I was like, okay, let me backtrack. I go, this woman, very, eloquent. She knows what she wants. She just tells me, Grecian theme. I'm like, okay. No, she just said geometric. So I was like, okay. So I did something for the lady. I take it to her office, and she tells me, no, I don't like this. It doesn't really suit my goodness. On my way back, I was like, you know what? She doesn't really know me from Adam. It's my friend that she knows. So what I can do is I can switch my phone off. Then when she calls me, she won't get me. Oh yeah, that was the conversation that I was having in the car. So when she calls me, she won't get me. 3 days away is 6 March. She'll be fine. She'll just wear a turban and she'll be okay. When I got back to my workshop, I was like, no, this creative block has to leave because I have to deliver. That client does not know that. So I just took a step back. I took a break. Guess what I went to do? I went to play with the children. My nieces and nephews were in my house. You see, those kids, they are so relieving to just hang around with. The sort of conversations that they tell you, like give you. I took a break, then I went back, and then I put on like a song. I don't remember what song it was, but all I know is that it was a Christian song. Up till today, if you tell me how did you create that piece, I wouldn't know how I did it.
Wow.
But it was like God was telling me that do not run away from this opportunity that you have. Take a break. And then just rewrite that story.
Importance of
You will
break.
get it.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. I think that the highlight of it in here was the, children also have a very interesting, natural thing, and maybe you are the more experienced mothers. You would tell me
They are a blessing.
they are.
They are a
Yeah.
blessing. So I went out with my son the other day and I came back and I was just sitting there and he's like, oh, women, we're always body conscious. So my son is 8. He comes and he looks at me, he's like, Mommy, why is that when we go out, you look very slim, very skinny, but when we come home,
Okay, Mr. Hoy, this conversation. So yeah, so you also tell me break, and also especially not to. I really wish we would have another time to talk about the stuff, but how has taking breaks, even with your work, helped you?
So I'm a person who believes in taking breaks. However, I don't take enough breaks as I need to or ought to. And that's because my business is registered in Ghana almost 2 years ago now, and in Malaysia almost 3 years. So I'm still in that grinding phase where I have not, reached that big break. I do believe that billions are coming, actually trillions. Trillions of US dollars and Ghana cedis, yes. They are coming in Jesus' name. But right now I have to really push. Even so, the CEO of GEPA, Dr. Afor, she mentioned that ITC, they launched the Ghana Hub. And I was fortunate to be selected as one of the 15 companies in Ghana to actually have an exhibition there. Thank you. Oh, clap louder. Thank you. And so someone in GEPA saw me, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, saw me there and said, do you take breaks? That's literally what he said to me. And so I would like to take breaks, however, I don't take enough breaks, and so I'm trying to figure out how best to, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Hannah, please. Yes.
Yeah, I would say even short breaks are impactful.
Yes.
So throughout the day, everybody who knows real estate, nobody sleeps, I don't know why, but everybody feels like the house is going to move tomorrow. But, in the middle of the day, when you're overwhelmed and there's so much going on, it's okay to be still.
Yes.
Just
It's okay
be still
to be still.
and know that He is God.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, it's in those moments of being still that I get the most incredible ideas,
Yes.
the best marketing strategies.
Yeah.
And so if you cannot go away and take 2 days, take 3 days, take 10 minutes, take 15 minutes, word, and just be still.
Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Annabelle.
I will say I'm not good at taking breaks now, but when I was around 32, I was working in management consulting, working like 70-hour weeks. It was a crazy job. I woke up one day and I said, I can't do this anymore. So I quit my job and traveled the world for 2 years to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. So sometimes you have to take a long break. And now I had enough money saved to last for like 6 months, but it ended up lasting me like 2 years. So sometimes take a long break and pivot into something else. And that's what kind of got me to Ghana as well, when I took that long break and said, what do I want my life to look like in my late 30s and going to my 40s?
Let's show some appreciation. Do we have some questions? I know I have maybe some 5 minutes. Do we have any questions for our panelists? Anything? Can I see a hand? No hands. Excellent. So this has been really insightful. Before we end, the whole conversation about breaks that I thought to initiate was because it is not about the plentiness. It's not about the clumsiness. It is how you're able to define, like Gifty said, what you really want to do. For some of us, this break will come in with marriage. It will come in with pregnancy. It will come in through a job that looks different from what you. But in that moment is your golden opportunity. Number one, find yourself. Find what your unique potentials are. Especially also finding things that do not work for you. How many of you have experienced something and realized that, no, actually, this doesn't work for me because I just experienced it? You wouldn't know something you're allergic to until you have it. You wouldn't know something that you are, in fact, repulsive to until it happens to you. So ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together for our panelists. And it's been very great having this conversation. Thank you. Oh.
Is there any question from the audience? Let's just be sure. Or speaking about breaks, you need a break, right? Okay, so we'll take a picture. We'll take a break. There's a snack outside, and then there's lunch upstairs. So we'll follow the ladies in black to the lunch area. And if you want to grab a snack, it's right outside as well. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in 30 minutes so we can continue the program and wrap up in good time. Thank you so much.
Some exciting activities you can partake in are the safari walk, drive safari, night touring and bird watching. This is a destination for all nature lovers. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana.
The National Museum is themed Spiderweb, which means unity in diversity. The National Museum has artifacts from the Stone Age era, the Trans-Saharan Trade Route map, a miniature Larabanga Mosque, a miniature Uruyanga Old Mosque, traditional farm tools, a setup that depicts the southern and northern chieftaincy. Bulletproof war dresses used in the past, and a garage that houses the cars used by ex-presidents. The National Museum satisfies the curiosity of knowledge of thirsty tourists. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of
Beyond the Return and Now.
The Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park was built in 1992 in honor of the first president of Ghana, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Come home, come home, come home.
It was on these grounds he stood to declare independence for Ghana. The exact spot he stood is called the Polo Grounds, which has a bronze statue of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Also, within the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, there is a museum divided into childhood, education and family life, political life, achievements and overthrow,
The birds will sing,
and demise of Kwame Nkrumah.
and we will gather from Barbados.
There is also a mausoleum,
Brave, brave, brave.
fountain and tunnel. It has an incredible lighting system that gives you a different experience at night. The Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park takes you back to where it all began and is undoubtedly the place to learn about the history of Ghana. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices
The Picoro Slave Camp was established as a slave camp in 1704 and located in Paganania. Picoro means a place rendered by rocks. The place initially served as a shrine for the people until it became a slave camp. Within the Picoro Slave Camp, there is an area for drinking water and eating, an entertainment rock, a meeting ground, punishment rock, and the cemetery, which is 324 years. At the Picoro Slave Camp, there is a lot to learn about the northern slave trade. One can also experience great drumming and singing on the entertainment rocks that the slaves used to enjoy a unique musical experience. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana, share Ghana.
Hello. Hello. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. All right. Hello, good afternoon. This is ABC. This is ABC News GH. Please say yes. I'll say yes. I will hear that. Please say yes. I'm going to show your beautiful. Okay. Oh, no, no, don't worry. We'll hang out. We'll have a party, a little party here. Okay. So don't worry at all. So you're in good hands. Okay. This one is not Wasi or any. Oh, no, I'm just. I'm ready to express it. Don't worry. She's not doing it. You have no idea. So don't worry at all. We'll shake together. So don't worry. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. But the mic is still not coming. What do I do about this? Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. This is ABC News GH bringing you live visuals from the AWLAD, that is a Lady with a Dream conference. And I'm here with a very lovely lady who will be speaking to us shortly and share with us what she's learned so far from the conference. Hello, what's your name?
Mary Ban. Yeah.
So is this the first conference for women empowerment that you've ever attended?
Well, that I can acknowledge, yes.
Yes. Okay, so what would you say is your takeaway or your take home from this conference? I mean, you've heard from all the panelists, they've shared amazing stories from their struggles to their triumphs and everything. What would you say is your take home from this conference?
Okay, so basically, just to challenge myself, to push myself forward. I'm basically someone who is very shy. This is my first time doing this. Yes, and now I'm challenging myself to at least speak to a panelist. Yes, and finally be able to say I have overcome something in my life. Yeah.
All right, so coming into this conference, what were your expectations coming into this conference? What did you think was going to happen when you walked through the doors of this conference?
Okay, so I was expecting to learn more. Usually I have this notion that I've been to a lot of conferences that speak about like motivating people, basically the theory. Yes, so usually I don't like conferences like this, but being here, I feel like I've learned so much things that are real that I feel I can actually apply. Yes.
That makes me so happy to hear. I feel like from what you said, you feel like this conference is practical, not just people saying or just throwing stories out there, but practical stuff that you can use for your daily living. Thank you so much for joining us. Was it Mary?
Yes.
Yes. You look very lovely, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. You
did.
Sorry, good job. Sorry. Yeah.
You look, I'm good. How are you? And you look amazing, by the way. When you stepped on the, I'm not saying you're the only beautiful panelist, but of course, you're natural. I mean, team natural and everything. So, please kindly introduce yourself.
Okay, sure. My name is Irajwa Ahoy, and I'm the founder and CEO of Made by Raj, which is a beauty tech company. And we restore the confidence of individuals using technology, organic African black soap, and unrefined shea butter from Ghana.
Thank you so much. So when you were speaking, right, one of the things that I remember you mentioning was the fact that in the beginning stages of your business and all of that, maybe probably not in the beginning stages, but networking was a difficult thing for you because you specifically mentioned you thought it was Ahunsheshe and how you're meandering through and finding your way with networking. What would you have to say to anyone who still has that notion or needs to go above that, should I call it a bridge of that mentality? What would you say?
First of all, I would say you need to get out of your own mind. And the way that I did that was by praying to God about things. So when I prayed to him, I said, okay, I'm having this challenge. I have a business. One thing you need to do as an entrepreneur is to speak with other people. You cannot be in your own shell or in your own space. So first, pray to God, and then he helped me break that, mindset off. And so for anyone who is facing that challenge, first pray about things. And then first realize, even before you pray, realize that you have that issue, right? Because before you can even find a solution to a problem, you need to know that there is a problem. And so realize that you have an issue. Don't be in denial. And then next, take it to God, pray about it, and then work towards actively approaching people to speak with them and network.
For you, was it an instant thing? Was it one day you woke up and the feeling wasn't there? Or you had to literally actively speak to yourself to overcome that mentality and actually walk the talk in approaching people and all of that? Was it just the prayer and then you waited for a feeling to, or you waited for the feeling to leave, or was it just still there but you needed to work through it?
So after I prayed, I realized that key people were coming my way. And when I say key people, I mean people in high places. And so I knew that way, with this person in the same space as me, they are not just there by coincidence. God has put them there. So they are destiny helpers. They are people who are strategically placed to help you get further in life. So once I realized that those people were there, I knew that I couldn't miss out on that opportunity. So God gives you chances. It's up to you to make use of those chances. So it wasn't a feeling that came or no ground broke or nothing, no thunder, no lightning, no. Nothing dramatic like that. But then key people were placed in my path. And so one thing I do every day is before I leave the house, I just pray and I say, God, direct my steps. Whoever it is I'm supposed to meet, let me meet them. So even this interview, I don't think is by chance. Yeah.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, so that's how my life has been, and I encourage anyone else to just put God first, and everything will follow.
Thank you so much for joining us, and you look lovely, by the way. Let me just say that again, because yes, flaunted what? I love your energy so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Good afternoon. What's your name?
My name is Sarah Beko.
Sarah Beko. I'm Mate Kobold. Yes, I'm sure you haven't heard the name before. Sarah, get a bit closer to me, what were your expectations? I'm sure, is it the first women empowerment program or event you've ever attended?
Yes, growing up, I've had a lot of, I didn't have a lot of time on my hands, so I actually went from Mondays to probably sometimes Sundays. So I've never ever attended any conference, but I'm really glad I made a decision to come today. Yes.
What would you say is did you have like an aha moment or aha moments when you were here? And would you like to share like just one or two of those moments, whatever you learned from that with us?
Yes, as I was actually surprised to hear out that we actually had working moms, and they were still making great strides in terms of carrying this world of business, still trying to find a balance. That was my aha moment, yes.
Would you say that it has alleviated that there's notion out there that a woman can't have it all? She could never find that balance between work and family and all of that. So you can either do family or you can either do work. You can't blend the two. If you attempt to blend the two, there'll be one side will suffer. Would you say that in our panelists sharing their story and their journey and how they're also still learning and trying to find that balance? Would you say it has alleviated a certain fear within you when it came to that whole aspect of a woman balancing all of those things?
Okay, for me as a person, I'm more of a perfectionist, trying to get perfection in being a perfectionist in every field. So probably my issue would have been what people say if I try making, but listening to these stories has actually boosted my confidence in trying to make sure that I get a balance in this areas. Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much for joining us, Sarah. It's been lovely having you. All right, thank you so much. Can you introduce yourself to us briefly?
Okay, so my name is Julissa and I work with HSDI Screening Limited.
Your name is?
Julissa.
Julita.
Lisa.
Lisa. Okay, sorry, I didn't get that right. Okay, I'm sure this is not the first. Is it? Okay, let me not make that assumption. Is it the first women's empowerment conference you've attended or event you've attended?
I think this is my first, and I'm really inspired and impressed, and the impact has been massive. Yeah.
When you were coming, you heard you were going to a women empowerment conference. What were your expectations? What did you think you were going to receive? What did you think you were going to get? When you walked through the doors, what was going through your mind?
Okay, actually, I'm at the point in life where I feel I needed a break. And that was, can I interrupt you? When you say you needed a break, what does that mean? What does that mean for you?
If we're not intruding your privacy.
I think I have a lot on my table now, so I'm just trying to figure out which card to place first. So I think within the discussion, this popped up, and I really think it's been really insightful and impactful for me. And also, I like one thing one of the panels said, that's Boatma, if I'm right. One of the panels said something, I think Boatma from Star Assurance or something, yeah. She did say sometimes your vision is embedded in someone's vision, and I think that really was personal for me. So it's been a great experience, and I would love to be here and here and here and here again, yeah.
That is fantastic to hear. I don't know why I feel like in you mentioning that your dream is embedded in someone else's, your vision is embedded in someone else's. Are we towing the path of collaboration and partnership? Is that what you're throwing light on?
And I think one of the panel also said something that don't compete where you're supposed to collaborate. So that was also a great word for me. So I think as women, we need to collaborate more rather than compete with each other. And sometimes the competition gets unhealthy and leads to other things where people say women are their own enemies. But if there is more collaboration, I think women will be a bigger force and a better place. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much. The name again?
Julissa.
Julissa. Thank you so much for joining us. Sure, and I have totally enjoyed our conversation. The name is Matiko. It's a mouthful. Oh, thank you so much for joining me. Sure, same here. Can you introduce yourself once again for those who may not know you?
My name is Ivy Hewitt Mills.
Okay, so let me just shoot one question at you. Since you were ready to run away, in ladies or women pursuing their dreams in general, forever women have had to prove themselves in a very male-dominated area. Do you see a future where we don't have to prove ourselves anymore, where we don't have to work as hard or work twice as hard and all of that? Do you see a future for us women like that?
I feel like you literally had the conversation I was having with the young ladies just now. I was saying to them that for a lot of people, it's an uphill battle. Okay, I do not perceive it that way. I feel like if a woman equips herself appropriately, okay, she would not have to have that struggle. And it may sound like I'm minimizing it, but I know what I'm talking about.
Can I intercept you for just a second? When you say that a woman has to, upgrade herself in that, and like basically have everything that she needs to be well equipped for any and every task ahead of her. I feel like I've seen women who are accomplished, they've had the education, but still struggle in various fields and in various careers, still having to prove themselves, even with all the qualifications and being well equipped. So what would you say to that?
It's not just about academic qualifications, okay? If your self-esteem is not intact, you're going to struggle. If your mindset is not right, you're going to struggle. I do not see challenges, I see opportunities. When I walk into a place and there's a group of men, and I just said to the young ladies I was speaking to, that I can walk into a room with a group of men, with not a single woman, and I would not feel uncomfortable or feel out of place. And apart from that, it's a mindset thing. If somebody speaks to me in a manner that I find, or anybody would find condescending, I would give them the respect that they do not deserve. And they will put themselves where they deserve to be. For me, it's a mindset thing. When I feel like somebody is trying to make me uncomfortable because I'm a woman, I instantly realign and recalibrate my mind, and I refocus, and I put the person just where they deserve to be. I do not disrespect people. I am not rude. I have never been, I will never be. But for example, if I walk in and someone says, oh, she's a woman, let her sit down, you can't get her to talk, I will prove myself instantly. And it's because I have built myself up to the point where nothing anyone does phases me. No, I'm never intimidated. And I've never felt or thought that I'm equal to men. I'm not. I'm a woman. And I hold myself as high as I can. And I always see myself as a cut above the average in my place as a woman. If I walk in here and there's some heavy lifting to be done, I'm not going to run to do it because I'm trying to prove that I'm equal to men. I would stand back with a smile and say thank you to the man and let him do the heavy lifting. But when it comes to applying myself intellectually, I know what exists in my head. And I know that I can have a conversation on whatever subject matter it is that has to be spoken about. I'm not going to sit there and just smile. And I will not walk into a room shifting people's attention from what I'm bringing to the table in terms of my intellect to what's around my chest or what's around my hips. And so I'm never offended.
Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, everything you said has been so enlightening, and everything I've gotten so far from what I see and what I've heard so far, you're a woman that's at rest in her identity, as a woman, and thank you so much for sharing that with us. So many of us have been challenged to told that path and also be at rest in our identity, and not have to prove ourselves when we are in any space. Thank you so much for joining.
You're welcome.
You look very lovely, by the way.
Oh,
Thank you. So do you.
Thank you. Should I help you down? You're good.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
I'm the wrong person to
you might easily compare yourself and then you end up competing with the wrong person. Meanwhile, and I heard one of the panelists saying that they believe in competing with themselves, not competing with somebody you're supposed to be collaborating with. Yeah. And with the balance, I also agree, but I will go for and balance. I mean, it's understandable that we don't have everything together, but at least putting in effort to do what you can do. Yeah, just in your own ability. Just knowing that I can't do everything, but I mean, and the least I can do, then I do. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me, ladies. I'm sure the guy has to pull you guys here, right? Oh, no, yeah, really. Yeah, okay, really. Okay, yeah, all right. Thank you so much for joining me. You guys look amazing. But hi, hello, beautiful. Oh, small.
Kumba. Yes. Kumba Tamba.
Okay, let me just be professional. I love the name so much. And you are
Mariam Majid.
Interesting. Are you friends?
We are sisters from the Umi Foundation.
Beautiful, beautiful. And what were your so you're with the Umi Foundation? I'm sure you have a bit of an idea of what was going to happen, and you had your expectations. But what has been something that has gone on here that you're like, oh wow, that was certainly not on the list of things I thought would happen.
To be very honest, knowing Nina, knowing the kind of people she associates with, and knowing the kind of people I associate with, I think everything that has gone on today is something I actually expected. I'm very impressed with the speakers. I've attended several networking events, mentorship events, but I can tell you this one is different. The experience, the honest experiences being shared with us, it's just remarkable. And then I see a lot of women who are trying to empower and then help younger generations, get to where they got to, especially with the keynote speakers. They are doing remarkably well, and then they want to pass the baton on to the younger generation. That's Marina and Co. And Marina and Co are also trying to pass it on to us, and we in turn would also pass it on to the younger generation. So I just mentioned to my sister that Marina is our mentor. We are also other people's mentors. Yeah, it keeps going. So that's the whole the goal, is to pass on to younger generations, to empower and inspire women. We are trying to break the status quo. We want to let ladies know that whatever you dream of, you can achieve it. I always say that God didn't put that dream in you for you to play around with it. So once you've thought of it, once God has planted it in you, then of course you need to chase it, and you can do it. Yeah.
All right. You see, I think one thing that she mentioned, that I'm sure that you were in agreement with the fact that they were honest. Yeah. They were honest with whatever it is that they shared. They didn't just come and face have it all, know it all thing to us, but they projected something, not just a projection. Almost everyone that I have spoken to so far said that they are relatable people, and this sets this conference apart from other conferences. What would you say is one thing that she's spoken about her side and what she has gotten? What was the one thing that you were like, oh my gosh, that is so relatable? For some people, it might be an educational background or going to a school that may have been insignificant in comparison to their peers. What was the one thing that maybe a panelist shared that you were like, oh my gosh, that's so relatable?
Well, as someone who is out there and encourages people to dream, one thing that Ama Boatima said that I could resonate with is the fact that your dream may not always be a distinct dream, but then sometimes your dream may be within that of others. And I think that a lot of times we don't get to realize, we always think that I should come up with like a big vision plan, and sometimes people are struggling. How do I even draw my vision? Like, I cannot see it. It's probably because your dream is fixated within that of someone else. So you need to identify that person and know how you can be of help to that person. And you see, by helping out the person to achieve their dream, you would also come to the realization of your dream. So I found that statement very profound. And like everyone else has said, Marina asked me, she said, you guys were not asking questions. Why? Are you overwhelmed? Are you struck? And I said, no, it's because they brought everything down to the barest minimum. So it's like, I understand everything. And the moderators also took it from a point where it was more like a storytelling. I know when you're telling a story, you're not fixated on a particular topic. So they're able to share bits and pieces that everyone else could relate with. Yeah.
I think it wasn't a stiff presentation. It was a conversation. And that's one beautiful
stories, telling us their challenges, what they've gone through, and then how they've been able to rise up from their challenges to get to where they are today. And I also really relate with Ama Boatima, because I'm also left-handed, and I really do. Yeah, I really get that a lot. Honestly, people always try to, as a Ghanaian woman, I'm a Northerner, I'm a Muslim. So within the Muslim northern community is even crazy. People will say, oh, as a woman who is left-handed, you don't need to cook with your left hand. You don't need to serve with your left hand, but I'm just left-handed, and it's natural. It comes natural. And then here's the case where you have to apologize. You have to keep apologizing. Oh, sorry for left. Sorry. For now, honestly, right now, I don't do that. When I give something to someone with my left hand, I just take it as though. If you find it offensive, that's fine. But you should understand I'm left-handed, and I can't do anything about it. So that's left-handed women, and it's actually a serious issue in our society. And I think we need to find a way to address it. It's crazy. And also, she speaking about finding your dream in another person's dream. When Janice was moderating, she mentioned my name, how she spoke to me at the back, telling me she was nervous. My social media professionalism, branding, personal branding, everything, it stemmed from me meeting Janice and then creating that relationship with her. So for the past few days, I've been talking about it on LinkedIn because I just reached 10K followers, and I've been showing gratitude and appreciation because I met her and it was a dream to nurture young ladies. I'm older than her. I'm very older than her, but I didn't allow age to be.
It's a beautiful thing that you just mentioned, because I was coming to that. I was wondering if I would have with you guys to drill in on that part. A lot of the times, people see a mentor as someone who should be old. Someone who should be older.
Entirely different. I tell people that we've moved from the age where the older generation are mentoring the younger generation, because you see there is this gap, and then the younger generation now feel that the older ones don't understand us. Look at the age we are in, they can't relate. So now I perceive more peer mentorship, and that is what I promote. So like Mariam said, I was sharing with her and I said, you see what, I have some mentees on tertiary campuses. Now since Marina is doing it for us, I must mention that we are all direct mentees of Marina from the Award from UMI Foundation, and then we are under the Lady with a Dream initiative. So I was telling her that, you see what, Marina is mentoring us and they're pouring a lot into us. It's time we also pour into others. You get it? And they can, because we may be peers, or they may be slightly older, or we may be slightly older, they can easily relate. So it's like we are learning and then we are transferring. So it's a train, it never ends. And hopefully those we mentor would also mentor other people, and it's endless. It moves on and on. Yeah.
So man, that was lovely. I totally enjoyed my conversation with you guys. The names again?
Kumba.
Kumba and
Mariam.
Thank you so much. All right. Bye. Can you help me with that? Thank you so much. I might as well remove the other one. Lady with a Dream conference going on at the, and we have been covering the Lady with a Dream conference that has been held by the UMI Foundation. We're booking for a session. We're booking. We have next session. Thank you.
as my heart beat for more, and I decided to put down nursing and then go full throttle on Diva Delicious, which is now Talensi. And November will be 16 years, so maybe 15 and a half years later, here we are. So that's how my journey basically started, yeah.
That's good. Oh, yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Barbara. Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Baba Ankra. I'm the CEO of Goba Kente. It feels surreal to be in this particular room because this is where I made my most difficult decision yet in my life. This room, that corridor, that's my bank there, CBG. That's my branch. That's where I left. So my corporate career ran from insurance, real estate, and banking. And the last branch that I stepped in was here. I did 2 years here. At some point, I felt I was failing as a banker because I wasn't meeting my target. I also felt like I had started something that was doing well, that needed my attention, but I couldn't give that attention to. So make a choice. My daughter needed me. I wasn't available because as a banker, I should be at work by 7 a.m. so I can have all the morning meetings. As a wife, I wasn't present because my husband was pushing for a second child. And these targets, meeting clients, I didn't have the luxury, so I had to make a decision. And in this very room, opened, sat here all by myself, alone in tears, drafted my resignation letter and sent it. It's been almost 5 years I made that decision, but I thank God to say it's also been the best decision of my life, yes. Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Mary Asantia Samwa, Executive Director at Barbex, a mining support services company. Now, talking about my journey, how did it begin? I wanted to be in the UN. I wanted to be Kofi Annan, you know, like that was the dream. So when I was going to school, I chose international relations. I mean, I was ready, I had a plan. And then after that, I decided to go and work in Washington, DC, because, I mean, that's where the action is. Now, there was a month that my finance operations director needed assistance. So I moved from policy and came to assist her, basically just to help out. And then I realized, no, I like this kind of pressure. I want the operations, I want this. I don't want to be writing policies and stuff. So that's where the first thing happened for me. And then I decided I needed to go to business school because I'd been doing international relations, like everything was related to the UN. So going to business school, I wanted Harvard, I wanted Columbia, I wanted key places. And they were very nice to tell me that I don't have work experience, so forget it. So my dad asked that, well, why don't you come home and work with me, get the experience, and then you can go back. And so that was the plan. I was going to be here for 2 years, get experience, and then move back to the States. That was in 2008. I'm still here. I feel like my father trapped me, but yes, school happened, but I'm still here. So that's how my journey began. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Anna Arkutu. I'll start with a description of myself. I'm a passionate, driven, resilient, and fun person. Yes, I'm married. I have 4 beautiful daughters. They'll say, hey, Mom, yes, I do, between the ages of 12 and 5. And they'll say, Mommy, you always mention us. And I know they love it. So I have 4 beautiful daughters. I'm a real estate agent and marketing consultant. October will be my 18th year in the industry, thanks to God. Speaking of purpose, I believe purpose, like you said, comes from childhood, and I was very big on that. So I remember when we were in school, before BEC, we're supposed to choose our careers. And I always answer so honestly. I'm an open book. And I heard one of my teachers said, and my friends are tired of hearing this story, that this girl, she doesn't know what she wants to be in life. But I think I knew I didn't want to fall in a box that I was being given. So real estate, I only discovered it through reading, which has been fantastic. So I'll just pass the nuggets throughout. Like, make sure you're reading at every stage of your life. So I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Most of you will know it. And the first thing I picked up from it was real estate. So immediately I said, I want to find the best real estate developers in Ghana and meet them. And then that's what I did. I started from Villaggio, Trasaco. I was there for 7 years. The goal was to be hands-on with my children. So after the second one, I started my own agency, and it's been great from there. It's growing. I will say I'm a lady with a dream. I'm not there yet. I will get there, but I'm building the foundation. So purpose really is, you know it from when you were young, right? And I'm very careful to make sure my children are also not boxed in. I knew from when I was young that I wanted to impact people. I knew from young that I wanted to do something with housing. I always had a dream that I'll build houses for lots of people. So when we are driving to Akosombo and I see lands, I'm 8 years, 10 years, I'm like, I'm going to buy this and build lands for houses for people. So I say I'm in God's ministry of housing, and that's why I'm a real estate person. There's a bigger purpose there. So purpose is always there. I'm very careful. My daughters, I'm like, I don't want school to determine who you are. So much as I want you to learn the discipline of learning and doing well, I'm very careful to find what's within them. My first daughter is an artist. I've done a home-based art exhibition for her. My second daughter is a gymnast. I bought her gym stuff. I'm telling you that I'm being intentional, right? Because I don't want us to, it's so important not to lose yourself. My third loves to cook. She's 8 years. She can handle the kitchen. I don't need to do breakfast. And my fourth is just a cutie pie. I'm still discovering her, right? So purpose is from when you're young. Purpose is that thing that comes so easy to you that you think it's not important. And one thing that has been very helpful to me is introspection and connection with God. Did I start with I'm a Christian, faith-based Christian, and all my wins and all my direction has been through sitting back and having a one-on-one with God to guide me. And really, I've made lots of money through that. So I'll just sum it up. Purpose is within you. Don't look too far. Don't look at someone else. Believe in yourself. Be very focused, like be very intentional about connection with God, because He will lead you to it. Don't take that for granted. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so I wish we would go around before getting here because I'm very tense. I'm not good at this kind of, I'm a very shy person. Thank you. You
can hold my hand.
Oh. Anyway, so I'm Christiana Dankwa, head chef, chief cook, visionary and CEO of Chris Food Bank, Public Food Bank GH. And also the vision bearer of the infamous the Choba experience. So, purpose. I'm sure I have my class hearing everyone speak, starting from Harvard, please. I am not. I am there. This pressure is killing me. The tension started when I was started from the boss. And I'm like, you at least start from here so that by the time they will get to the end, they will forget my story. A lady with a dream. I'm sure every woman, okay, every lady is a woman. Every woman has a dream. Some of us are here and we don't even have a dream yet. I'm sure some of us are here today to listen to these stories so that they will be able to find. This is up in fancy neighborhood. I grew up in a village. Find myself on this platform with great. When I cried, I went and I was looking at the people that I was going to mount the same platform, like, God, is this me? Finally, I'm not there. I'm getting there until Marina takes me to the White House to go and deliver. I'm not there yet. I'm still growing by the grace of God. So, purpose. This is me growing up in a small village. I'll tell you something today. When I finished my secondary school, I told my dad the job that I fancy a lot is women who work at the filling station. Yes, because then there was a new filling station in Kumasi called Unity Oil, and all the workers were females. So when I see them, until I had a baby, I loved to tuck in a lot. So when I see them tucking with the boots and the belts, oh my God, then I'm there. So I told my dad was like, me found petrol. You know, a typical Ashanti. I'm like, that, share feel, like, no. It's not about the money, the tips they will give you, but it's about what you become. You are my responsibility. So what you become in the future is up for me to help you get there. So, well, I went to work with my uncle at a Metropolitan Assembly. I'll go and I'll sleep because I was doing everything so that they would sack me. And I went to meet one lady called Gifty there. God bless her. Gifty will just look at you and say, what are you doing? Get up, go and pick the old documents I have typed and start typing. I'm like, but you are done typing. I mean, you've presented it. Why should I type the whole thing again? Then I'll do it. And one day, a very fine gentleman walked into our office who became my boss, my mentor, and my father. Honorable Isaac Osei. He was like, oh, you are pretty. I would love to have someone like you work with me. I'm like, Don't be deceived. I don't know anything. So then the only thing that I was helping myself out with was Mavis Beacon teaches typing. So I was doing the game type so that I'll be a fast typer. You know, with the games, you don't want to lose. So you'll be fast on your fingers, right? Yeah. So fast forward, I got the chance to work with him. And you know the impression that growing up, when you find a very well-doing person to come to you that they want to give you an offer, the first thing that comes in mind is that, Opeme, he likes me, he wants to get. And this man didn't even make any attempt. I think he was just sent from God to help me move from that small cage that I thought I was in into my destiny. So through him, he transferred me to Accra. I started working in Parliament. And then still, you know, I love to do business. I love money. That is why I'm Food Bank. So Food Bank doesn't mean I stole the name from the international, well, where they do Food Bank. Mine was anything I tied to bank is money. So I just picked food and picked bank money and I merged it food. So today, you know how I came up with Food Bank. So I'll try and be quick. Because I'm coming from far. So it's not easy, you know. So, I mean, working with him, coming to Parliament, then one day, so when, sorry, I didn't get your name because I got in late. When she said, don't be scrolling on social media and doing nothing, you know, then it was only Facebook. What you do is you get to chat with your old mates that you left way back in secondary school. So one day I'm like, why would I, because working with a parliamentarian, you don't always have a lot to do. It's just that they come to the office, order one, order two, you will type it and he's gone. But I was like, what can I do for myself? I went online and I'm like, universities in Accra, because I was seeing some of my mates graduate from Legon and Tech. But when I type in my results, not in Bonsa, but there's some grades that it doesn't qualify you to go to Legon or Tech. I'm like, so where will I fit? I tried Central, they said admission has closed. Regents University, Methodist University closes next week. I just grabbed my bag and told my boss that, my mother is not feeling well. And I went to Dansuman. They told me, if you can write the entrance exam, because you have a C4, you qualify. So I took it up and I wrote the exam. I passed. So anytime, because my boss used to come to the office like 3 times a month. So instead of me sitting in the office doing nothing, then I would just enroll myself. So I actually finished my first 2 levels before my boss actually knew that I was in the university. Because when you call me, I'll be there. But I won't tell you because I was scared that if he should find out, he might fire me and think that, I brought you here to come and work with me and you are going to school. But when he actually found that he supported me, I had my own challenge. I used to go and stand at Parliament and cry, unless I don't see a fine. Honorable, my fees, and they will help you. God bless them. No, it's true, because me, I'll crack jokes. I'll follow you. And I'll be honest with you. I'll be very blunt. Sometimes when you see some people win, it's not every woman that slept with someone. There are real good people out there. It depends on how you put yourself to them. So when you go to them and you make them feel like you are desperate, you are ready to do anything, that is when you are being given such options. Is either you do it or you go. But me, I'll come to you like, Charlie, if you don't help me, God can take your money because I need it. I'll come and be very dramatic to you. Like, Mama me why you mobile. So I will not be attracted to you. Like, you just have to help me and let me take my wahala and go. So by God's grace, I got some good people, Honorable Napo, Aquinas Kwanzaa, Diomi, those people, like, anytime you go to them, Christy, they be out to your school fees. School's no way. Because I have to take more so that I can even get money for my slides and all. So whilst I was in uni, I used to go to Kaneshi and get brooch. That's why I love jewelries. So it's not like I'm DBO. It's because I used to sell them, and then I have to put it on me. So when you see me on campus, I like your brooch. Oh, me too. Then I'll just open my bag and sell it to you. Yes, I like your ring. Oh, I have some. Thank you. So I was doing all this. I finished school. I got the chance to work at COCOBOD. Then to do my national service there. And let me tell you how the lines started falling in place. When I got
Christine, please, you give me a summary, quick summary, yes?
Yes, they have to hear my story, please.
Yes.
I'll sum it up because myself I have to leave, sorry. So when I got there, this is the most important part of my life, so that you know that wherever you start from, it has a connection somewhere. And this is the summary, please. So when I got there, they were done with national service recruitment. And the boss was like, you are coming from Isaac. I said, how do I refuse you? But the place is full. Then he just had a call. But before I went, I prayed. I told God that if this is my place, give me a seat. So before when I was just about getting up, he had a call from the procurement manager. Mr. Timmon, when are you giving me a secretary? I need one because now I'm doing everything, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Timmon said, but you worked as a say. You're the secretary, so you can type. You can write minutes. You can do now. I said, let's go. And then he took me there. I learned a lot from there, but I realized that that wasn't what I wanted to do. I love to cook. So whilst I was there, I was doing lunch packs. I'll bring it to the blocks, and then I'll come and tell you, oh, taste it is nice. And then I started. Wow, it's fine. I'll summarize it. So after my service, I was doing business, Lagos, bus. I'll go and buy clothes. When I come, they'll be fighting with my friends. Because when they buy, they don't pay. I said, okay, if I sell food, as for food, you have to pay before I serve. So that's how I started Food Bank. But they were not buying the clothes. And I realized that I had that passion in me. So I started making it a business instead of traveling to get clothes to come and sell. So that is my purpose. My purpose was that it had to come from somewhere. I'm sure I got inspired by a lot of people in COCOBOD to even be able to bring out that cooking passion out of me. So thank you very much for listening to my long story.
Thank you so much, Christine. I think that story is very powerful because it just shows that, you know, you don't need to have the father who can introduce you necessarily. You just have to have the resilience. So thank you so much. It seems that Miss Christina there, she's a big hustler. So on the topic of hustling, I want to go through a question at Baba. You call yourself a bona fide hustler. Hey, that's a very big statement. Can you tell us what it means to be a bona fide hustler in your career and why women should embrace being hustlers?
Simple. I come from a place that nothing was given to me. Unlike her, she actually met somebody who was kind enough to say that, I will help you. I didn't have that. Anybody that wanted to help me wanted to sleep with me. including family members. So you have to take care of yourself. Nobody was there to do anything for me. I'll be in the university, first year, 17 years old. My mom will call me that your sister needs Cerelac. Am I working? You are trying to feed yourself, and they are calling you that the baby that has been born needs Cerelac. How do you survive? So all my life, I've had to survive by myself. I've had to beg somebody on the road, listen, I'm hungry. I'm in the university. Can you give me fried rice to eat? Because there's no food, Mary. I've had to steal my roommate's money, 20 cedis, just to buy food to eat. I've had to go through a lot of things just to be okay. Things that would kill people, that I know. So if I'm here today, I know a lot of things is based by the grace of God. And then my mom tells me that I'm my own prophet. So I should watch the things I say to myself. Because even though we came from that background where there was nothing, I always believed, some way, somehow, that mommy, I didn't belong here. So for example, first year, mathematics students failing, don't understand whatever I'm being taught because I'm hungry. But we vacate, and I tell my mom that I'm not coming to Obuasi because that's where my parents are. And what am I coming there to do? I will just be asked to provide, and I don't have that. So let me find a job to do. So 16, 17 years, moving from this boutique to the other, working here, working there. And that's how it's always been. The first person in my life that I remember sort of gave me a breakthrough was Boat Madufo. She was part of the speakers that left. I did internship at Ghana Reinsurance. So from there, our relationship grew, and then, oh, Baba, you want to do national service, right? Let me take you to Access Bank. I would say that's when my journey started. And mentors, meeting, so I love drama. Even though I was studying economics in school, every time I would run to the arts department to watch drama. So there was this man who speaks on air, Joy FM, Uncle White. I heard he was having an audition, and then I ran to the audition. Just because, again, I wanted to just belong, I went and I lied. I said, oh, I'm in the Action Chapel drama group, and I can act, but I can't sing, so if you guys would take me on. He said that, so one boy asked me, part of them, Ronnie, did you watch the last production? Were you part? I said yes. I didn't know that Ronnie was part of the drama group in the church. But that was my miracle. He said there and then something just told him, take this girl and take care of her. And all my life, he's the only man that would stand on my chest to say that, held me, encouraged me, go to school, take yourself seriously. You can do it. Even teaching me to believe in myself and in my abilities. That was that man. So it's been, it's hustling from day one to where I am now. When I still go back to where I come from, and I come back to my house, I just go on my knees and I thank God.
It sounds like being a hustler has helped you a lot. And I think that for the young women here, I think it's important to persevere regardless of where you're coming from. And these people are testament to that reality. In the spirit of hustling, I want to ask Anna and Mary a question. You are in industries that are historically dominated by men. In fact, I'll tell you the truth, Mary, I only know 2 women in mining, right? So the question goes to both of you. I want to understand, how have you managed to navigate an industry that has historically been dominated by men in a country that culturally also gives men a lot of respect? How do you do that?
Should I go first?
Yeah, I can.
All right. So I think in my case, because I was working with my dad, maybe, people were more receptive because it was Mr. Tabi's daughter. So maybe I didn't get some of the negative things that people get when it comes to that. But
also it's joining communities like Women in Mining, because it's very intimidating. I mean, the guys know their stuff there. It's really male-dominated. It's very, very intimidating. But I joined Women in Mining. I think things like mentoring. I was held by Georgette Barnes. She trained me. You know, so you have people who've walked the journey, people who have already been through some of these things. They teach you what to do, what not to do. And I have to say I've been blessed because the men have somehow been very receptive and actually taught me certain things. Sometimes you wouldn't expect guys to, you know, be as open or to mentor you. But I've been lucky, even though it's been a male-dominated area. I think I've been very blessed. So.
Yeah, I would say I didn't see that problem. So maybe that's self-confidence, not knowing it can help you. And I think being excellent at what you do gives you that respect. So, I mean, right when I started from Villaggio, I mean, some people tell me it's not your dad's business, not because of anything, but just because of how dedicated and committed I was. And I realized that it just kept my name going. So clients, like, it was high net worth buyers, so the name would be passed on. So, and even now, my clients that I work with, I work very closely with male CEOs, and there's just that level of respect because of the work I do and because of how you deliver it. So it says that kings will come to your rising because of your gift. So whatever you're doing, I'm sure that's exactly what happened with you. When you do it well, you don't, your respect is earned. You will not feel that barrier. People will open the doors for you. People will call you. I remember, so I do real estate agency, and then in speaking with the Lord, I realized I should do marketing consultancy. And as soon as I came to that, I got a call that Anna Fernandez, that was my name. I've heard you were great at Villaggio. I've never had to seek a marketing consultancy client, and I've been doing it for the past 6 years, and it's been great because of commitment to excellence. And even speaking of hustling is not always about coming from a difficult place. I'm not saying I'm a dadaba or came from the wealthiest home, but it's reading a book and saying, I like this industry, who can I go and speak to? It's speaking to the person and taking action and not feeling entitled. It's still being in university and deciding to go and work and learn when I could have been doing something else, having fun. It's picking yourself up when you fall, because there's ups and downs. I'm a mom of 4. There are lots of challenges. It's crying. I cry a lot. Wipe the tears, trusting God. That is a real hustle. So no matter what situation you are in, you have to say, in what way do I put in the work? And the Lord always, there needs to be a seed that will be watered. So yeah.
So I told you guys this is the best panel because I'm really enjoying it myself. I love what everyone is sharing, and I think that this point of mentorship and people holding your hands. At Sorta Chalet, we have someone who started with us at 17 years old and has worked his way from internship all the way to operations manager. And one thing I find very interesting about his journey is that his parents didn't understand why he was going to work for a travel company. And thinking along those lines, it made me think of Sandy, who is on our panel. Sandy, you left medicine to go into fashion. That is, I don't know, like in my household, I don't think my mother and my father would have that. They will drag me back to the medical school. So I want to understand, how did you manage to navigate that barrier? Because I think there's a lot of young ladies here who are probably taking a path that their parents also want them to take.
Hi, okay. Thankfully, my parents are very down to earth, very cool. They believe in following your dreams and following your passion. And I think also, when I was in the nursing industry, when I was in nursing, I think they saw my struggle, and they've always known from day one that I was not the child you put in a box. They've just always known. I was always doing one thing or the other. I had so many passions and so many dreams. I wanted to conquer the world. I think I was the boy my dad never had. So I was tomboy, going around with the guys, doing all sorts. So I think from an early age, they knew Sandy dear, you know, so, and that's what they would say, Sandy dear, you know, so, and my family is very, do what you love, you know, and just make sure that you're not hungry, and do it with your chest, basically. So when I decided I'm not going to do nursing, I mean, they were a bit, and also one of the reasons why I did nursing was because I thought that if I travel, I'll do nursing. And, you know, you always hear that nurses are doing so well, they are making so much money and everything. So, but for me, at the end of the day, it wasn't so much money for me. And if I wanted to make money, I would want to do it doing something that I loved. And I loved nursing. Every once in a while, I volunteer. But it just wasn't for me full time. So, I mean, thank God for my parents. Thank God for the community around me. I'm very, very grateful. My family is the best, and they've supported the journey throughout. In the good times and in the bad times, there's been times where I was broke, and my sister would be like, okay, let me Western Union use some money. And, you know, I'll pick back up and, you know, go from there. So now, when I think about how much I started my business with 50 Ghana cedis. I say women, we don't talk about money amongst ourselves, so the guys get together and they talk about money. They know, do this investment, this is going on here. So we really don't know. But when I think about how I started with 50 Ghana cedis and what I have now, by the grace of God, I'm very grateful, and I know that, you know, there's so many other opportunities. So, you know, just don't give up on your dream and make it work. Yeah.
We thank God for parents who are supportive. So, Colette, I was going through your bio, and I think that one thing that I found very similar to us is this constant moving to different countries to pursue your career. So I moved from London to Hong Kong and now to Ghana to pursue my dreams. And I want to know, you are Nigerian living in Ghana. What does it take for a woman to move across borders to really pursue their dreams? Because I'm sure some people have some dreams of, you know, going into the UN like Mary once did.
It's a very important question, and I think I think none of us has really talked about marriage, and I know some of us here are married, and I think I will talk about marriage here because they say who you marry makes or mar you, and it's very important, very true. I think when I was, before I got married, I had about 3 marriage proposals that I said no to. Again, because I didn't see our values aligning, and I knew what I wanted from myself. We've talked about
Can I
hustle.
just say, managing director and a hot cake, huh? You give us some tips after.
Right. So we've talked about hustles, right? I came from a family that had, then we turned to not having, right? My dad used to work with oil and gas, African Petroleum at the time, now Forte Oil, owned by $10. But my dad left just before $10 bought it. Oh shit, it wasn't funny, you know. So then, you know, we moved from having to not having, so the hustle was really real. So I knew what I wanted for myself. So I wanted a man also who was not necessarily in business. I wanted a man who would support my dream because I knew what I wanted. I was going for it. So I'm thankful because 6 years in marriage, and I think my husband has played a key role in supporting, thank you, in supporting my career. I remember when I got my job at Pulse, I had to move from Nigeria to Ghana, and I'm like, uh-oh, is it really gonna happen? And he gave me the biggest support ever, even more than my parents. He was like, what are you waiting for? That's what you've always wanted, go for it. So this is one person that sees in me what I don't even see in myself. This is one person that encourages me, my biggest supporter, my biggest cheerleader, my biggest critic as well. Objective criticism, you know. I remember when I was applying for the role, you know, we women, we have this, I won't call it inferiority complex, what do we call it? Imposter syndrome, right? Because we think we're not there yet. I remember because I was just rounding up my MBA. I was still doing it. I'm like, I have to have finished, you know, gotten to one level before MD. Do you know what that is? You know, and he was like, I don't get it. The people who have it, do they have 2 heads? You are one of the smartest women I know. I'm like, okay. You know, and he really did encourage me. So I think it was the family around me, which was predominantly my husband. He really pushed me and he supported me. So I'll say to every lady who has a dream here, married or unmarried, if you're not married yet, in fact, that's the best time of your life, you don't know. You know, because you have an opportunity to actually make a decision. You know, because someone proposed to you does not mean the person is your dream man, my darling. you know. So that's the truth, you know. So you need to be intentional to say, okay, does it really align? Where I'm going to, do I see this person in that same space? If it's not, then why? I remember one of my bosses, she talks about it, so I'll say, I can't call her name. My very first boss, she got married at 45. And she's so proud about it. I remember when her husband proposed to her at the time, and she was like, hey, I'm getting married to a friend of 13 years, and I'm so excited. Because I told myself, I'm a princess, and I have to be treated like one. I'm like, okay, girl. And, you know, amazing. She had the best wedding. She had a wedding in the UK. Her husband flew her family members there because she's like, that's what she always wanted. And so you need to know what you want. And when you get that, you get the support system around you that would help you push you to where you need to be.
How this panel is cutting across all areas of our lives, mentorship, to marriage, to, you know, talking to parents. But of course, we need to hear from our amazing sister, Christine. My last question on this panel to you would be, what do you think has been the biggest challenge when it comes to pursuing your dreams?
Staff. Getting the right people to work with you. Especially in my field. Let me be a bit personal here. You know, food is something that you have to love before you even make an attempt to do. Even in our homes, you have a stove, you have a very luxury kitchen, but you end up calling restaurants. It's not because you can't afford the ingredients or the restaurant is cheaper than what you can make, but the stress, the hustle, the sweat. So, I mean, getting the right team to run a business, it's one of the biggest challenge of all. Even yesterday, I was so broken that my first A team, that is people that I can leave my kitchen for and come for an event like this, were not at work. And I was looking at myself having 3 events today, and they're not being sure whether they are going to come or not. So I was in town getting stuff for a project that I'm working on. I had to just stop everything and rush to the kitchen, get my hair nets, get my apron, and start working. And you know the funny thing, I'll always advise that whatever business you start, get involved. Make sure you know it yourself. I'll be very honest with you. If you don't know about your business, then don't do it. Don't look at how much you can afford, the logistics and the resources to do it. Just make sure that if it's kente that you are selling like Uba is doing and you are the CEO, when you see a kente that is not well woven, you can tell. Don't wait for your kente specialist to come and tell you that the lines didn't fall in the right places. So it's for me as a food person. Because yesterday when I got to my kitchen, all the people there, I can't even trust them to cook chicken for me. They can do, okay, peel my onions and stuff for me. But who to put the ingredients together to make a very juicy chicken that I make, I had to do it myself. And you know the funny thing, when they heard that I was in the kitchen, this one go, Madam Abba, Madam Abba. And before I could say, hey, they are all there. I'm like, so where were you? Oh, I was doing this, I was taking care of my kid. And you know, a lot of excuses come up when they know that they are at fault. But as a leader, you can't get angry at that point because trust me, you can't sack them. If you sack them today, you don't have anyone to work with tomorrow. So sometimes you just have to find your own way and balance yourself to make it work. So my biggest challenge as a food person, and it's one story that a lot of food people don't tell, is our staff. Because one little mistake, let's say Marina hasn't tasted my food before, and this time around, my staff makes a mistake with my chicken. And the story is, today is the only day she wants to eat only chicken. And the chicken doesn't go well. In her head, Food Bank's chicken is not good. You can't take that thing from her head. You can send her tons of package. She might not even touch it. Why? Because of her first experience with what you gave her. So I believe that To be able to overcome such challenges, if I can talk about it, to be able to overcome, you have to be involved first, so that when you get up and the person who you trust so much to handle things for you is not there, you can at least do the first aid. Let me say the first aid, the first part of it, whilst you wait on them. So for me, my biggest challenge has been my staff. I remember my first year in business, I went for lunch at Asmera, and somebody introduced me to her. We're having a conversation. She was like, it's not the work that will make you give up on your dreams as a caterer or as a foodpreneur, if there is a word like that. But it's the people you are working with. They can make you just get up one day and make one decision and close up your kitchen, close up your stores, because it's like you are tired. You need the people to help you work. You can't have an event for 200 people and challenge yourself that you can't do it. Even machines break down. So for me, for the staff part, yes, it's my major challenge. And the second part is communication with clients and the people, even our staff. Communication such that you have a conversation with the client, they will tell you, this is what I want. You have a very long conversation. They will tell you stories about their mothers and fathers' background, everything, whilst you're having that same conversation. And give you examples who they used once and it didn't go well, and now they want to try you. And I tried this, the fried rice was terrible, but I'm trusting your fried rice. But me, I like my fried rice hard. You do it and they'll come and say, oh, the fried rice was too hard. Because that moment, they've had a conversation with you telling you that the last one there, the last experience they had with vendor A, the fried rice was too soft. So you are caught in between to give the person what they have requested for. You will do it and they'll tell you, it was too hard. So that minute, you ask yourself, where did I go wrong? What should I do? You can be in between, they will tell you, oh, okay, drink a cry. And that's okay, so communication from our side is very, very, very difficult, because like an event, they will tell you are starting at 2. You get there at 2, and the event is starting at 4. Oh, caterer is there. I don't trust them. That is why I gave you 2. That same person will give you another event and give you 4. And you get there at, let's say, 4:30. I'm very disappointed in you. You are not professional. So it's like, the communication makes your work so difficult that sometimes you are being pushed to even say what you don't want to say. In your quest of explaining yourself, you say some things that you can't even take your words back. Because it's like, you are tired, you've done it, so what else can I do again? So for me, it's about the people we work with, and then the communication around you, your staff, and then the people we work for. That has been my biggest challenge, because if you don't get the right message, you can't deliver. And if you don't get the right team, you can't also deliver. So these are my 2 major challenges as a team.
Ladies, those have been like really good advice. I want to just say thank you for sharing your story. So many powerful stories. I believe we have room for 2 questions. If you want to ask a question, please just raise your hand. We will take 2 questions. We have a question at the back. Yeah. Please, if you want to ask a question, just stand up so we can see you.
Thank you so much. You look so beautiful. And as a young person, or as young people, I would like to ask, what are some mistakes that you've made that you wouldn't like us to repeat? Thank you so much.
That's a great question. Unfortunately, we will just have one person in the panel take the question. Baba, you look like you're burning to answer that question. So, yeah, you can, yeah.
Okay, hi, thanks for the opportunity. Okay, so my question is, I'm always torn between, and I know it's relatable to everyone here, I'm torn between, should we take our time or we have more time? So I'm in level 300, but then when you speak to people who are higher than you and they have been there before, you hear them saying, oh, you have more time. And sometimes you feel like maybe your clock is ticking, but to them, oh, maybe you can just finish the school. After the school, you will find out what you want. But you see what Auntie Baba said. She was like, she went for the interview, and then that was where she found whoever will help her out. But then when you talk to some big people, they'll be like, oh, take your time. You have more time. You are just in level 300. Don't worry. And looking at it, I'm a girl. Your parents are already talking about marriage in my house. My mother wake up at 5 a.m. and come and sit in my room to psych my mind about marriage and giving birth and a lot of things. And I'm the eldest. I'm the firstborn. So should we take our time, or we should just run after whatever we want?
So I think Baba will take the first question, and then Colette wants to answer the second question. So Baba, you can go first.
Mistakes.
Yeah.
One of the biggest mistakes I've made is listening to every other voice but my voice. It confuses you. It messes you up. That goes to say that you have to believe in yourself and your abilities. So if you think I look good in red, why must I call Mary? Mary, what color do you think looks good on me? And it's been one of my biggest challenges that I've had to deal with. Every other voice, but what I think, what I say. But I want you to know that your voice also matters. And what you think matters. And do not allow everyone to have a say in your life. The people that you decide to give room for them to talk to you, you have to choose them. So even if I'm choosing mentors, one mentor is not allowed to speak on every area in my life. I've assigned you to be my mentor on my marriage. If I need relationship issues, it is you that I'm talking to. If I need business issues, I have this person that I'm talking to. And people share their experiences. So, no, let me try to rephrase this. Somebody's experiences is not yours. So I would only share as much as what I have experienced in this life. But that doesn't mean your journey will be the same. Your path is different. Listen to your voice. Have people that you would listen to and respect. Because if you say somebody is your mentor, you have to give them that honor. But then you have to choose that wisely. So listen to your voice because it matters. Thank you.
Hello. So about the mistakes, I'll use myself. When I started Food Bank, I used to look at vendor list. And I was looking at brands like Valerie Lawson, Blaze, now Felix Annan, Fiona Foods, Mukase Check, and all those people. So I was asking myself, when will I also be on a list like this? And it was one of my, like something that I was always looking forward to. So I started getting closer to a lot of people in the industry, people that were not supposed to be my friends. So I used to go to Mama Fiona and go like, Mama, I want to do shoot. She'll show me everything. But instead of me to just go to that direction and focus and say that, okay, she's already in the food business. Let me just allow myself for her to groom me. I was going everywhere, being everyone's friend. Auntie Whitney is, she knows. I was being everywhere. Like, can I borrow the word? Because when I meet her, oh, hi, I'm Food Bank, so I did the food. Can I say, I was serving people, staff, security men. Like, I want to belong. It almost destroyed me and my brand. Because now, and when it happened, my father said something. So he stood outside my door. He came to Accra. He said, you see this room? Open it. And he entered. He sat down. Get me water. I gave him water. I said, you gave me access to your room. You gave me water. The next thing will be food. The next thing will be conversation. You have given me space in your life. If I walk out of this room now and I tell anyone that I know you, yes, they'll believe it. because I've been to your house. I have proof that you served me food and water. I spent more than 30 minutes in your room, so then I know you. I can go out there and say anything. So for me, the mistakes are the people you allow into your life. Not everyone is your friend. Your mentor is not your friend. Keep it on that mentorship level. When you need help, go to them. Don't just because I was checking up, the person is not your friend. Don't go and check up on anyone, so that anytime they see your call, they will pick it. Because they will be doing something important, and then Auntie Whitney will see Food Bank call. Oh, Food Bank. Auntie Whitney, good afternoon. I was just checking up. What is your problem? It's good to be nice, but I mean, try and keep that bunch so that at least the respect will be there. You don't just call people and ask for help. I was thinking that when you have events, please call me. If they know that this event is for Food Bank, they will call you. Try, instead of going after them to call you for an event, why don't you work hard so that your work will attract them to the point they will call you on their own. So my mistake was trying to belong everywhere. Don't be too, like you've seen a lot of panelists here, don't take everybody's card and be texting them. No, it's, you know, it happens. Sometimes we do it unknowingly, thinking that, oh, you need it, but you don't need it. The little nuggets that they've shared with you, just put it down. See how best you can run yourself around it. Pick 1 point from here, the second one from here, and move with it. Pray and tell God that He should direct you. You'll be good. But please, no. Thank you.
We'll take the last question. Okay, yeah, time. I will try to be as brief as possible. And my answer overall is take your time. You said two things. There's the career path, because most of the time when we talk about women, we box ourselves into marriage, childbearing, and all that. That's secondary, my darling. The first part is your career path and your and the marital path and everything else that comes with it, relationship or whatever. But for both, take your time. When you're in your 20s, is your time to explore for your career. People say it's a lot, but this is one person that has transitioned a lot. I've done HR. I've moved from HR to real estate, from real estate to marketing, and that's where I am now. But again, if it piques your interest, try to do it, especially when you're in your 20s. Do it until you find that thing that would make you wake up even in the middle of the night without feeling it's a chore. Then you know that's that thing you're supposed to do. Take your time, even for your career. Be intentional. Everybody has said a lot. Work hard at it. Be intentional about it. Always read. Do a lot of, there's so much, but that's that. From the marital side, relationship side, take your time. My sister, I can tell you, there is story to it. I just can't say a lot, but take your time. I can relate to it. My parents are pastors, or they became pastors later when life showed them shaggy. Anyways. They became pastors later. But what I'm trying to say is, I know what you mean. Morning devotion in my house. I'm a first daughter as well. God. You know, the prayer, the husband, and all that. And what that does to you. And I remember when, at some point, a few years ago, I had a conversation with my mom. I'm like, those prayers, you don't know how psychologically it was affecting me. Because I was allowing every man just come. If you come, maybe it's because of you, my mother prayed today. It's because of you my mother prayed today. But not every man is your dream man. He might be nice and everything, but not every man. I will just share just one story. I remember one. The guy is an interesting human being. He was doing well. I was doing well as well. You know, but I knew some way, somehow, that he's not my person. I'm a very happy person. I'm so vibrant. I know what my kids would look like in my head, like how I want to be a mom and stuff, because I have a lot of mentors around me, and I've seen how I'm going to tailor that into my own home. So I've envisioned myself as someone in a very happy home. But this person, not offensive or anything, but he had bipolar. He had not diagnosed it, but I could tell. No, but it's true. It is what it is. I'm not trying to say everybody has their own medical whatever, but it's not for me. You know, because 1 minute you were so chummy and happy, the next minute you switch up on me. Excuse me, sir, why? No, you can't do that. And the one that broke the camel's back was when, you know, one time we're in the house and this very silly thing. Then I cook, then next minute you will not eat. In my presence, you go and buy food. Why?
What's happening? Me, after I've cooked, I don't have time, you know? But I told myself, no, I'm not going to do this. But my story here was the fact that he was also, so in Nigeria, I don't know how it happens in Ghana, but we're still, whether we like it or not, a bit tribalistic. So I'm from Edo State, and my father was like, you need to marry a man from Edo State. This is the first and the last Edo man I ever dated. You know, I was dating him, and my father said, this is the dream man. And I'm just like, okay, you know? But I broke up with him when I found out. I read his chat and I saw he was buying an engagement ring. I say, no, I'm not going to enter marriage with this. You know, and I'm like, no, we'll have to break up. But this guy wasn't was always coming home. My parents knew him. My father kept malice with me for about 6 months because he was like, why can't you marry this young man? I remember one time I had to move away from home, and one of my friends, she was like a mentor at the workplace. I was a Unilever at the time, and she told me, Colette, no. She's dated her husband then for about 10 years, but she refused his proposal 3 times as well. She dated him for 10 years because every time he proposed to her, she's like, wait, it's not time. She just got her job at PwC. He proposed. He said, guy, how far now? I just got the job. Let me enjoy it. Let me bask in it. And you know, the second time, when she was just about leaving PwC to someone the job, he proposed again. She's like, no, it's not time. We've talked about it. Take your time. The third time, he went to first go and meet her parents and her family. Said, I want to propose again. I don't want this girl to say no. And she said, okay, I think it's time. And she said yes, on her terms. My darling, people would force you to go into the marriage. You would go. Guess what? Marriage, you would wait for children. I've been married 6 years. I'm still waiting for kids, right? I've done a lot of things just to have kids, but there's no 1 year. But guess what? I'm not going to allow you to force me to do that because when the kids come, only me and that child will be there at night. Because the mother and the father that is forcing you will not be there with you. So take your time. You see that lady I talked about, her marriage is basking. She was one of my mentors. And today my marriage is also basking. I took my time. Take your time.
However, I believe everything you said 100%, but in taking your time, just make sure you don't become complacent. Oh, yeah, sure. Because a lot of people, I have an uncle right now who's still taking his time and his life has passed him by. So also know that as much as you're taking your time, also be sensitive to your time and your seasons. That's all I have to add to that.
Definitely.
Is make the most of your time, like understanding the season you're in and making the most. So when I was in university, I was making the most of my time. When I started working, I was making the most of my time. When I had children, and I remember sometimes because you have the dream and the vision, I would get frustrated. My husband would tell me, babe, you just need to understand your journey. Sit back and say, what stage am I at now? Who do I need to be? And I was like, yeah, you're right. Right now I'm having, my children are now 12 and 5, and that's why I can be here. Before, my friends would tell you, I don't get to go to parties. People say, in real estate, I know you're serious, dear, because they don't see me as vibrant. But now most people say they see me everywhere. I'm able to do my videos and all of that. But thank God I've been able to invest in my children. My children don't feel like I'm a missing mother. So the important thing is and thank God, yes, sometimes when you see people doing things, you may have that little thing in your heart, but I keep still. Thank God that I have that strength. I'm like, this is on my terms. I know where I'm going. It's set. It cannot be taken away from me. But whatever time, make the most of it. That's something I'm teaching my children and any young lady. Be the best because it will take you places. So that's what I'll say. The Sunday skirt. Let me advertise just in case you like it.
Thank you so much. I'll be passing the mic on, but it was a pleasure moderating this panel. I believe there's one more question, so panelists don't leave, but my name is Videta Julolo. Thank you guys for staying with me.
Thank you very much, Vidette. There's one question from the audience, and the question is, please answer this in 2 sentences, okay? I beg you, I beg. How do you create a support system for yourself? And maybe Our Lady from Barbex can answer. Oh, yes, please, yes.
how do I create support systems? So my mentor once told me, to thyself be true. And I've lived by that. I just try to do what I can within, my circle. So I have my family that supports me greatly. I have a supportive husband. I try to make sure, okay, what is it that you need to make sure you have food at home. Don't judge me if I'm not the one cooking. The plan is to make sure you're fed. So that's it. Children need to be taken care of. We have support. Is there somebody taking care of them? Are they safe? Is everything fine? Cool. I always make sure that I take care of my responsibilities. It doesn't have to be done by me, but I make sure that I have people to do so. So I don't ignore my responsibilities. I just have systems that work for me. I find a chef or find somebody to cook. I have my parents' support. It's just making sure I'm intentional, but sentences, sorry. So making sure I'm intentional and taking care of my responsibilities, but not doing it all on my own because, mental health is real.
Thank you so much. But this is a rhetorical question for Baba. Baba, you were begging for food and you were thinking of fried rice. Girl! Cocoa, kati cake, adveleka klo, fried rice. Please give it up for the panelists. Please, we're going to take a picture and you can have your seat. I would say whilst these amazing women were talking, one of the things I took away was destiny helpers. Each one of them had a destiny helper. And interestingly, it was a man that helped them one way or the other. So when you have a man coming your way and wants to help you, they might not necessarily want to sleep with you, but they might be that step to achieving your goal. Amen? Amen. All right. Okay, awesome. So from tomorrow onwards, we'll be sending a bulk SMS where you can also express your feedback on how today's event went. Now, speaking on the last statement I made before I call on the next person to come on, as I looked through the audience, I saw two men here. And I walked to some of them and asked, what are you doing here? And some of them mentioned that they are here to support their fiancés, their wives, and hey, stand there and say hey. My husband is here, by the way. That's why they say take your time and make the right choice. So I prophesy that next year by this time you two will be bringing your babe to the conference. Amen. All right, so without much ado, I'm going to call upon Nakashi again to serenade us. Please don't go. We have one more panel discussion and we'll be out of here. Thank you so much. Please, let's give it up for Na. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Hey, technicians, do you guys have a dream? Today, you guys have really... But please, let's give it up for them. They are trying. Awesome. Okay. So at this moment, we're going to go into our last panel. But before that, please, I want you guys to clap for yourselves. Louder for yourself. For yourself. You've been here since, some of you have been here since 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I've seen some of you sitting in the same seat with notes and have not moved. And I want to say, God richly bless you. I know someone was telling me they're from all the way from Kumasi and they had to leave early. So we do really appreciate you investing time in your present and in your future. Amen. So please clap for yourself again. Okay. So we would like to lastly acknowledge our partners again. Thank you to Ghana Tourism Authority, Beyond the Return Secretariat, Nespresso, KGL Foundation, SERS, Event Ghana, the Little Champagne Truck, Barbex Africa, Pulse Ghana, Amayal Deborah, ABC News GH Business 24, the 1957 News, GH News and Investment Times. At this point, I'm just going to call upon the moderator for the next session, Diane Kay, who is a lawyer and a women's activist. Thank you very much for your patience as we bring this to an end.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. So I don't agree with the last moderator who said that was the last panel, because the best panel was always left for the last. Like even Jesus said it. You keep the best wine. Normally people give the best wine at the beginning, but even Jesus gave the best for the last. And so our panel is the best panel. So please help me welcome Abna Ajekum, Petrina, Sheila Gabra, Mercedes Ashik. Hello and welcome. Abna, please come. My apologies. Thank you so much for gracing us. Thank you so much, Abna. Well, welcome everybody. I'm sure we're all tired, but we're going to wrap up. It's going to be quick and impactful. I'm going to let you introduce yourselves, and then we will kick the ball rolling.
My name is Petrina Edusei. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I run a private practice in Ghana called MBS Care. I'm also a founder of Mental Health Africa, which is Africa's first online directory for mental health professionals across the continent. So if you're looking for information on mental health or you're looking for professionals, you can go on there and find them. And then finally, I have a podcast called A New African Mind. And basically, it's just where I share information with how we can reshape our views on mental health as Africans. Thank you.
My name is Abena Ajekum, and I'm a lawyer in the energy and extractive space. I've been doing this, this is my 12th year, and when I started I wasn't sure I would last this long. I basically head the legal department for a mining company at the moment.
Hello everyone, my name is Sheila Gabra. I am the creative director of a clothing brand called She by Bina, and a mother of a beautiful, feisty 3-year-old, which is one of my greatest achievements. So I like to add that all the time. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mercedes Ashi. I'm currently the head of internal audits for Minerals Income Investment Fund. And I'm a chartered accountant with the ACCA. I think that's it. I'm sure we'll continue as the conversation goes on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abnasi Chiama. I'm the CEO of Clean East Limited. We're a healthy fast food restaurant headquartered in Tema, but we have branches in East Legon, Tema, and Hatcho. I also provide business coaching for SMEs.
Thank you very much. So today we've heard a lot about challenges, but one thing I want to ask you, Abna, is we, as women, like, they face a lot of challenges, but I want to hear about an experience that turned out to be a challenge, but that actually ended up being a stepping stone, and how you use that challenge to be able to get to where you are now.
Wow, way to put me on the spot, right? It's an experience that started out as a challenge, but turned out to be a stepping stone. I can point to several of them. So conventional advice, you're a lawyer. You stay in your practice either as a litigator or a transactional lawyer, and you rise to the top. You become a partner or you start your own firm. So I started out, and then I started changing industries. So I went to a firm. I worked in corporate practice there, and then I decided to go in-house. So I went to work for an oil and gas company, and that was a different, environment. It was a switch in itself. Private practice is very different from corporate, completely different thing. So I had to learn, I had to adapt, and I thought that was what I wanted. And then I made the switch, and it was actually more difficult than I thought it was going to be. So I had to develop a whole new skill set, more on the softer skills side than, real technical work. So I had to learn that. And then if that wasn't enough after doing oil and gas, then I decided now to switch to mining, which, while it's a transferable skills, similar industries, but completely different as well. So it seems doing this has become my hobby. I picked difficult things and then I go and take on the challenge. So.
Thank you. So what I'm picking up is that even though there were technical skills that you were supposed to learn, you actually ended up learning soft skills, which ended up being transferable towards the different sectors that you worked in, and I think that that's very important. Petrina, I want to come to you because of the topic of mental health. Particularly interesting because I was reading a study recently about the fact that stress, specifically for women, actually causes a lot of diseases, like actual diseases. Like, we think that it's just about stress, but stress actually makes you sick, particularly for women. And so I want you to touch on some of the things that as women we can do for our mental health whilst balancing being a mother, being an entrepreneur, being a sister, being an auntie, being all of those things. What are some of the practical things we can do to reduce our stress?
A lot. I'm kidding. I want to start by saying it's interesting because Nefa and I had this conversation just a few minutes ago. Yes. We think about our physical health here, so biology, headache, the diseases, and then we think about our mental health here. But they are so deeply intertwined, you can't begin to even understand. I'll give you an example. When you sit and you think about a stressful situation, or you envision, hey, are they going to call me? What's going to happen? There are chemicals that are being released in your brain. It's a feeling. You think, oh, I'm feeling stressed, I'm feeling anxious, right? And you think it's just this feeling that I'm feeling. But literally, as you are feeling that feeling, you're feeling it for a reason because chemicals are being released by your brain in association with that. One very important chemical is called cortisol, the stress hormone. It's known to weaken the immune system. It's known to affect your metabolism. And so it's very important that you understand that your mental health and your physical health, you can't place one above the other. They are very important and they're very deeply intertwined. So what are some of the things that you can do? This is not ad placement. I'm really being serious about this. Mental Health Africa provides a lot of free information, tips and tools on mental health. Not everyone here will have the luxury of being able to pay for or find the time to go for therapy. And in the absence of that, there are so many free tools online that are healthy that you can benefit from, right? How do I manage my stress? There's so many things that you can do depending on what your situation is. So I don't want to take up too much time talking about it. So take advantage of free tools that are available. Be very intentional about the types of relationships you form. Friendships and romantic relationships. For anyone who has been in one that's unhealthy, you know the toll it can take on you. Don't be afraid to lose someone. So pay attention to your relationships, pay attention to the information that you are gathering, be intentional about gathering helpful tools. Like I said, I don't want to take up too much time, so these are just the two I'll mention for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And in terms of mental health, aside mental health, I think you also need mental resilience. And Abna, you starting Clean Eats, like a whole restaurant or food business surrounded around healthy eating wasn't really a thing. It wasn't really a thing. And I can't imagine what you had to go through to even make it a thing. And so I want to know, like, how were you resilient? What did you actually do? Like, the days that were hard, that you were like, you know what, can this thing even work? Like, what kept you going? Yes.
I've always been a very strong-willed person, you know. Lucky enough, my older sister was the rebellious one, so she made me look like a saint. Prior to even getting into the food business, I was in clothing for 6 years, and in food, this is my 9th year. What I'll say is that Clean Eats started out of something I wanted to do for myself. I had a lot of food intolerances. I was also really bad with my food. Like, I like quick meals. And because I've always had that go-getter spirit, I never sit at one place. And so I realized that I was always making like bad decisions when it comes to my food. And all the plantain sellers in whichever area were my friend, but I couldn't eat roasted plantain all the time. So I started thinking about what can I eat that is healthy and nourishing. And so I'll start like prepping smoothies and salads and wraps, and then I'll share on my Instagram, and people would like comment on it. And I'll share my experiences in terms of food intolerance, having migraines, and all of that. And people will respond, and I realized that, wow, people do have actual problems when it comes to their eating and how it affects your health, you know? So I was like, let me explore this. Then again, in business, you always need to sort of know when something, its time has come. And I felt like Clean Eating, its time had come. When I was looking for the business name, I wasn't thinking too much. I was like, Clean Eats. Like, that's the concept. Its time had come, and I was just going to go with that. You have to be strong-willed because, unfortunately, people project their fears on you, from family members to friends to whatever. When I even decided to start my first branch, I said, I want to start in Tema because I'm a Tema girl, like born and bred, went to school in Tema. So, but everybody said, Tema people will disappoint you. They don't buy, they don't do this thing. And I was like, but I'm not a car girl. You know, I feel like I won't get the support that I need. Let me start where I'm comfortable. And that was actually coming from a place of fear, but ended up working so well for me. And I was actually like overwhelmed in the beginning. Like I'll get to the store and the number of people coming in, like older people, and saying how good our staff were, and I was like in shock. But literally you have to have like a deaf ear, and you also have to respect and know that even like with your parents, it comes from a place of love. They want to protect you, you know, like be in the safer space, be a banker, be an engineer. But if you know what's within you, like you keep fighting with yourself. There's like a battle, and you just couldn't keep me in that box. Like, I'm an employer, but I'm sure I'll be the worst employee. Like, I walked into work at the time that's convenient for me, soft life. Like, you call me at 10, I'll probably still be lying in bed because I just don't feel like it. Yeah. So it's really like long goal, knowing what you want, and then going for it. And over time, they will all come to like adjust to it. And then also your work will begin to speak for itself. Like they will see where you started from. And I think that's the beauty of starting small. Like people see the growth. Like I meet like random people and they'll say, I remember when you had just one branch and now you have 3, you know, or friends that I went to school with and I know what it took to get wherever I am now. And so like that's how I usually handle all of these things. Yeah.
Thank you. So the key is to knowing who you are and fighting for your dream and not giving up. Because I think we also had the same thing in the other panel, is that know what you want. Like if you know what you want, nobody can kick you out. Like, so thank you so much for that. And to Sheila, so everybody knows She by now, like we mentioned you. And I just want to bring the conversation back to how they say that women are our own enemies, and I don't think that's true. And I want to know, like, in building She by Bena, how have women, your group, your tribe, how have they supported you to build the brand that you have today? And what can you tell us, like the lessons that we can take in building and like building our tribes as well to be able to support us to build the dreams that we have? Yes.
Okay, so with the statement that you made about women being our own enemies, I think it's true to some extent. And in as much as I look at it from both sides. Women can't be our own enemies, but when we are supportive of each other, we can go very, very far. So, for example, in the work that I'm doing, many of you might not know, but I actually went to Tech to study architecture. I was in school for 6 years. I did my postgraduate, everything. I didn't drop out, I finished. And architecture was one of the most difficult courses. At a point, I was wondering, why am I still here? Not because I was very passionate about the course, but it was almost as if you were set up, like they enjoyed it being so difficult. So you have no life, etc. But me and a couple of friends of mine, we will go to school, but we still have our life. And the lecturers don't like to see that because they want to see the suffering on you to know that you are doing the course. So I'll go and I'm dressed in my yellow headband, yellow band. And as soon as they see you, you're not serious. Because how do you have time to go and dress? And you know, that takes me back to the fact that I've always loved fashion. And you have, let's say, female friends who would encourage you. One of the people I remember I used to look up to even way back then, and she was actually my mate in school, is a lady called Aisha. Her brand is Christy Brown. And I remember I wanted to do fashion, but it seemed daunting. And then I would look at her, she had started her brand, and I used to think, I mean, she's my age. If she can do it, I feel like I can do it too. So it's not from comparison, because I strongly believe that comparison is the thief of joy. When you look at someone and you covet what they have, you're not going to go far. You always have to be content with what you have. If you like something in someone, it should be from a place of not envy, but, oh, I tap into your blessings, or you're trying to get nuggets from the person or why the person is successful. As soon as you start to compare, you will either be stuck where you are, because everybody's journey is different. It's been said here so many times. You can be somewhere where you are today and your mate is far ahead of you. Don't compare, because it might just not be your time yet. When it's your time, God can turn that 5 years around in 2 days. And then you are gone past that. Everybody has their time. We women tend to get jealous and envious, and it's a lot. You see it in school, you see it at work. Some people don't even know you personally, but just from your look, they've done your calculation, and I don't like her. She looks pompous. I get that all the time. Oh, she looks like she's very full of herself. And I might be sitting down and I'm just observing, and I'm quiet because I'm observing, or I'm trying to get comfortable in the space I'm in before I start talking. But people will think, oh, she's stuck up, she's this. Oh, she went to Gehe, that's how they are. They're like 3 gig. Yeah. Oh, and you know, and immediately you put the person in the box. And when you actually get, I'm not even innocent of this. I'm sure each and every one of us has judged someone by their looks or by what you hear the person say. And then when you finally get to know the person, you be like, oh, yeah, you know. Sorry. Instead of work, started, I would ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Some people, because you might makes you look dumb. Don't be afraid to ask. Not everybody knows everything. You learn along the way. There are lots of things I didn't know when I started, and I learned along the way. So I'll call Aisha. I'll ask her questions. I'll call somebody else. I want to know. There's nothing wrong with it. And don't always, like, you have to be humble. You know, you have to be humble. That's the most important thing. As women, Aisha was very helpful. Other people were. There are other people too who would withhold information from you because they see you as a competition. But why should I tell you so that you also come and do the same thing? No. So I was very, very easy with information. If someone calls me to ask me something, oh, where did you get this fabric? Where did you? I don't, because we all have our gifts. And the country is big. You can't serve everybody. Everybody has what they are good at. So you can have a client who shops at Talensi and shops at Sheba Ibina as well. There's nothing wrong with it. So if somebody asks me a question, I would give the information easily. But you see some people, they would withhold it immediately because they see you as competition. And apart from the fact that it's not a godly thing to do, I just feel like in you helping someone to their next stepping stone, and you never even know because you might just say something. Let me just go just by the way. So there's not that away recently. Yeah. So she was my friend, and not in the terms that we call each other in chat, but in the she'll call me and say, oh, Sheila, I saw you posted this dress. Where did you get that fabric from? And I'll say, oh, go here or go here. Or I'll call her and I'll say, okay, I hear you went to fashion school somewhere. I want to like go and learn there. What do you think? And she'll say, oh, no, don't go there. Go and look somewhere else. That place, it was bomb. Like, you know, and it's not because we used to see each other that often, but it's just women supporting women. So you might not even get to see the person every day, but just one way of helping or getting the person closer to their dream or whatever they are looking for could go a long way for the person. And in doing that, it's a blessing for you as well. So I hope.
Thank you so much. So earlier, Honorable Elizabeth Saki she touched on resilience and the importance of standing your ground. But you know, traditionally, like if a woman is standing her ground, you're seen as being bossy, or you're seen as being too known, or she's doing the most. If it was a man, it would not be so. But if it's a woman, it's a whole other conversation. And Mercedes, you actually head the internal audit at the Mineral Income Investment Fund. And I can't imagine what you've gone through in that role. So I want to hear a little bit about that and then how you've overcome those challenges.
Okay, well, actually it's a new role. But prior to that, like you're saying, with the auditing, it's predominantly male-dominated. So it's some way. I'll say that even in my 2 previous workplaces, so I was with KPMG at first for 8 years, and then I moved to Pricewaterhouse for 4 years. I'll say that these 2 places really built me up in that there are certain job opportunities or engagements that I was tasked to do that I thought I wouldn't be able to do. And like you're saying, because it's male-dominated, sometimes they intentionally give it to you to see if you can really handle those kind of engagements. And when we talk about auditing, a lot of people think we are police, people coming to catch them and all of that. But I don't do external audits. Mine is internal audit. So we are supposed to be in-house. So where I am now in MIF, I'm actually their internal auditor. So I'll be making sure that their house is in order before the external auditors come. So like I'm saying, my previous engagements or my previous workplaces, we go to the clients, and anytime we get there, you see people looking at you, people will be gossiping. Who are these people? They are coming to catch us. So it got to a point, I realized that you have to be friends with the auditees, those that you are auditing. And I'll say that my name has kind of helped me a bit. So when we get there, I mention my name, and some of them would be like, okay, so why this name? Some will even go to the extent of saying that, is it your nickname? And I'm like, no. So I'll end up having to give them my a proof, so any ID card that I have. So after that, like, you try and get into a conversation with them so that they'll be able to feel a bit at ease. So when they feel a bit at ease, they'll be able to give you the kind of information that you want. And I'll say that this has built me for me to get to where I am now. And I know it's not going to be an easy task, like you're saying, because when I look around, most of the heads of internal audits are actually male. So I know it's not going to be easy, but since I went there, I think it's about 3 weeks now. Like I said, I've tried to, engage some of the men because they are the ones that I'll actually be interviewing to get some kind of information from. So I'll say that within this 12-year period, I'll say that you need to know what you want, and you should be good at what you do, because if you know what you want and you are good at what you do, I think it will take you places. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I promised you a short and sweet panel because of time, but then I want to just wrap up with something that I saw on Petrina. I saw on your Instagram page. I'll just read it out. Sorry, no, guys, I promise I wasn't stalking. So it said, shine so brightly that others find their way because of you. And I found that so beautiful and so powerful. And how do you think, practically as women, we can do this? We can shine in such a way that other women would be able to find their way because of the way that in which we conduct ourselves.
One of my core values is authenticity, being true to who you are, right? It's one of the most difficult things to do. We say, oh, be true to yourself, be true. What does that mean? Being true to who you are is one of the most difficult things to do. But when you are, naturally you shine because you are in alignment with who you are supposed to be. So I'll give you an example. When I finished school, I did psychology undergrad. So my journey in mental health started from back then. Afterwards, I wanted to go on to become a clinical psychologist. I wanted to teach. I wanted to go into academia. So I did, as national service, I was a TA. Most of my friends went to telcos and banks and things like that. And when you go there for national service, they pay you a bit more. I did well, thankfully. And people were like, why are you staying? You know that the government is who's going to pay you, right? But that's what my purpose was. That's what I really wanted to do. And I stayed true to it, right? I ended up coming back to practice after school. I won't go into my long-winded story. When I came back, people said, Ghanaians, mental health. You can't practice this in this country. Just baby, abadan for no. And that's what I was told, that nobody would take my practice seriously. I remember there was somebody who came up to me and she said, I watched you, I listened to you, and this is somebody I've known for some time, and she said, I went into the field, which is a completely different field, engineering. She said, I went to that field because of you, because you weren't afraid. And it seems that each time you made a decision for the path that you wanted to be on, things aligned. It doesn't mean it was easy, there were challenges. You shine brightly when you're authentic, when you are real. Stop trying to dress like people. Stop trying to talk like people. You haven't traveled before and there are R's in your, hello. Stop it. Be truly who you are.
you will inspire people in ways that are not directly connected to the things that you do. So I would say that if you want to shine so brightly, others find their way because of you. Be authentic. Thank you.
So just to wrap up, just one piece of advice that looking back on your journey, when you were 22, 25, what's something that you wish you would have been told at that age?
Me, I have to. When I was 22, let me take you back a little further. Like being a lawyer, it was like predestined for me. My dad decided that I would be a lawyer. My dad is a lawyer. We come from a family where there are a lot of lawyers, and he decided, and I'm the only living child of my parents. So at some point, it was just me. There was nobody else who was going to carry this on. My brother is in heaven looking down. He took the easy route, and it's just me. And it's like, you're going to do this. I said, okay. So when I was 2, he told me this, and I kept repeating to him, what will you be? I'll be a lawyer. What will you be? I'll be a lawyer. I knew this from the start. All my education is in law. I studied an LLB. I did my master's in law, in oil and gas law. I went to Makola, oil and professional law. I'm a lawyer. Then I started practicing law. And I was like, what is this? You know, everybody in my family, they went the litigation route or they're a judge. And it wasn't me. It just wasn't for me. Not because I wasn't good at it, not because I couldn't do it, but I had very little control over it. I don't know if you've ever been to a court in Ghana or not, but you can show up and the judge is not sitting. You can show the courtroom has even moved that day somewhere else. You'll be ready, you were up the whole night, you're coming to kill it. The clerk coming with a letter. They said, oh, the lawyer is out of the jurisdiction. But I saw him in the car park. It's like, you know, it was very little that I felt I could control. And my personality today, I like to feel as if I have some level of control. So it wasn't working for me. As a junior, you go and sit in the court. Sometimes they call your case at 1 o'clock. I'm hungry. The whole day I've been sitting there. In fact, by that time, I'm also angry. So the way you want to move the motion is not the way that it's going. So I didn't like it. And around that time, I was like in my early 20s. And how am I going to tell, you know, my father that this litigation, you know, it's not going well for me. After I spent money, paid pounds to go to the UK, come back, say you won't do it, to be war, you know. But sometimes, and as an, you know, Ghanaian child, often our parents take certain decisions for us, and you're expected to toe the line. And there's nothing wrong with law, I like it. There's lots of other dreams that perhaps I might have pursued if I had been left alone, some things that have been interesting to me, but I have done a lot of things while I have been doing my law. I've baked, I love fashion, I've branched in there a little in shoes. I've done a lot of things that have interested me. And because I had the foundation of law, it's been able to help me. It's bankrolled me, it's helped me to have, you know, certain gravitas. When you are baking cakes, and you say you're a lawyer too, it's a conversation point, you know. I like taking photos. There were times for events like this, I would bring my DSLR and I'll be taking pictures. So are you a journalist? No, I'm a lawyer. You know, and it starts a conversation. So if I look back to then, I would have been less afraid. I would have started doing the things that I felt were more me earlier, because I wouldn't say I had it all figured out in the beginning, no, but I could hear my voice, but I wasn't strong enough to act on it. I didn't believe in myself enough. Because what did I know? You know, people had been doing things for years. They were older, they were richer, they were paying and feeding me. Who am I to go and say, no, I don't want this or I don't want that? But when I look back, I would have been more confident in my voice, because right now I'm a very stubborn goat. There's very little that you can tell me because I believe in what I'm saying. And it's taken me a very long time to actually listen to my own voice and to
stand by what I'm saying no matter what. It's taking me a long time. I was a people pleaser for a long time. But once I understood what it was, because at the end of the day, you are the only one in it. That's the part they don't tell you. When you allow someone to choose your path, you stay in it yourself. Go and marry. When you marry, you are there alone with the person. Nobody comes with you. So you have to make decisions for you. And so I found a way into corporate law, into practices that were more like me, into places that I didn't have to wear black every day. I could dress up a little more, and the corporate scene was more, accepting of those things. I can color my hair, can have long hair, I haven't done blonde yet, but highlights. And you can't do that and go to court. I had red hair once, and I went, and the clerk said, "Obaha." Nam se me beji date member odi me de be ma me rem. Thank you, sir. Because they just doesn't accept those things. So I would have told myself to be stronger earlier and listen to my voice much sooner than I did. And now I have a 6-year-old, so when I'm doing things, I have to make sure that she's, getting a good example, and she won't drown out her voice because she's seeing me not stand in my truth. So she's been checking me. So yeah, that's what I'll tell myself.
Same question. Okay, so I feel like I would have told myself that life is short. So number one, learn to say no. We come from a community where, like she said, there are lots of people pleasers. You feel bad to say no to somebody because you don't want to hurt the person's feelings or whatever. But then you see that when the roles are reversed, the person will say no to you very easily without even thinking about it. So put yourself first. If you're not comfortable with it, say no. Whether it's even in a relationship, and many things have been said about all these little things, but all these things make or mar you. Because if you end up in a wrong relationship, it affects you generally. It can even take you off the path that God had intended for you initially. You could tell that as a creative, for instance, if you're going through a bad patch in a relationship, or you're dating a man that is stressing you out, all your ideas, they will evaporate into the air. You cannot even think. And I'm actually saying this from experience, because creative block comes in many ways, but if you are dealing with stressful situations, it blocks your creativity even further. You can see it in my line of work. There are collections I've released, and they're amazing. They do so well, because at that time, I was in the right frame of mind. I was happy. There are collections that I'm sure if you see, you'd be like, someone told me, Sheila, this is not your work. Because at that time, I was going through serious mental issues, And mental, in Ghana, when people say mental, everybody thinks madness. Mental health can be everybody, any normal person you see walking through life. You don't know anyone's story. We are all sitting here and smiling. You don't know what anybody has dealt with before they got here. It can be a relationship, it can be health, it can be anything. That's why they say be kind always, because you don't know what the person is dealing with. So be intentional about your choices. I can't reiterate this enough. The people you keep around you. There are some friends that are not friends, but you keep them because, I've known her since childhood. But the person is envious of you. The person is always trying to say something to bring you down. The person is not celebrating your victories. You don't need the person around you. Cut the person off. Relationships, boyfriends, but it's not a boyfriend. And and a lot of times you see the red flags, but you hope, he'll get better, or it will be better. You see the red flags from the beginning, so you know what it is. Cut it off. It's not good for you. All the things that will help you to be a better person, be on that path. We don't talk about it enough, especially, from how we grew up in Ghana. Our parents shy away from certain conversations, but just focus on what makes you better. If anything takes away from you, you need to cut it off, because it's a cancer. And we don't have that much time. You wake up today, they say, this person passed away. Yesterday I saw, they said Kate Middleton has cancer. Like, we don't know the future. All we have is now, because tomorrow is not even promised. So make the the most and the best of what you have now, so that in 5 years you don't have regrets of what you could have done. And when you get the opportunity, give it your best shot, because that could have been the only chance that you had to prove yourself. Don't take anything for granted. Thank you.
Well, I would say that I started off as a science student in SS, and I actually wanted to be a pharmacist. For whichever reason, I don't know. But I think along the line, I'm actually good with figures, you know, so along the line, that was in uni, either level 200 or 300. I think there was a particular course that I did, and it was from there that I realized that no, you know, let me just go into my accounting. So I think if I had known earlier, I would have done business in SS. But looking back, I think having the science knowledge is also good. I mean, but it was very difficult, you know. So I'll say that when I started the ACC, actually, it got to a point I wanted to stop. I kept asking myself that, really, what is this? You know, at first, like when you hear a chartered accountant, I mean, you think it's all about figures, just adding 1 to 2 and all of that, but it goes more into that. It was when I started writing the professional that I realized that no, it's not children's playing, you know. So it got to a point I actually wanted to stop, but I'll say that my family, my parents were really, you know, they kept encouraging me. And I had, I call him a guardian angel. So I was learning with this particular guy, and for some reason, we had all registered and all. Well, that's what I knew. But apparently, something happened and his registration didn't go through, but we were learning together. He didn't say anything about it. Even to the extent that we went to the examination room together. He actually took me to where I was going to sit, and he told me that he was in the other room, you know, so in my mind, we are all writing the paper. It was when we finished writing those 2 papers that he actually told me that he hadn't registered for those, or should I say he registered, but for some reason, it didn't go through. And that particular sitting, I had told myself that if I didn't pass, that was the end of ACCA for me. And it was at that sitting that I passed those 2 papers. So I call him my guardian angel, and you know, he's the one that I'll say that if it wasn't for him, by now, I don't think I'll even be seated here. So I think sometimes people come into our lives, you know, for a purpose and for a reason. And I think at the end of the day, like I said earlier, we should all make good use of the time that we have, learn a lot of things. I think our earlier speakers have really, you know, delved into so many things. Even as I was sitting in the crowd, I've learned so much. So I think I actually want to thank Marina for this opportunity. And I think as ladies, as women, we should encourage ourselves. And I think we would all do well. Thank you.
So I have actually known Marina since kindergarten. I wanted to. And I know one thing Marina will say, Mama K, you like money. I've always liked money. I feel like it makes your life much easier. So, yeah. My journey into entrepreneurship actually started at the age of 21, 22. And once I started, I was like, I wish I started earlier. But I didn't have that push. And also, like, once you live under your parents' roof, like, you're trying to just, like, comply and make them proud. And, I mean, they've invested in your studies. And I feel like back in the day, we had this thing where it's like, go to school, work in corporate. So that's what most people knew. And so I felt like venturing into business or anything else, it sort of makes you feel like you're not making it in life. But once I started my fashion business, how it actually started was my sister lived in the UK for the longest time. And after some years, she will come to Ghana and like she networks a lot. Like she goes out and I look at how she's dressed and I'm like, no, now Ghana, we don't dress like that too. Like she had this thing of, oh, back in the day, like you just wear. I said, no, now the Ghanaians dress better than the diasporans. So like, make sure you shudder. So when she comes, I'll actually help her put her clothes together. I'll style her up and then she goes out. And then one day she said, oh, why don't you think of becoming a stylist? So that's how my fashion journey actually started. So I started doing styling, but I was like, the styling is not anymore, you know. So I moved into the fashion, and I haven't had any corporate job. I started my fashion business when I was doing my national service. And it was also because one of my supervisors was like, it's a 1-year contract, we never retain people, so make sure you start applying for jobs even before it ends. And then I saw an opportunity. I used to work with New York University, their study abroad side here. And they had like a seamstress in the area that the students will go and make clothes for them. And I was like, as I can go to Makola on my free days, give it to her, she sews, and me, I add some and then sell to the students. So that's what I used to do. I used to sell to the students at NYU. So they were actually, the majority of my models for my launch were students from NYU. So that's how I started. And then 6 years down the line, I moved into the food space. But I wish that I had that push earlier. And now when I see, you see all these young people, whether they are influencers, YouTubers, whatever, and you hear like there's a 6-year-old who's a millionaire. I was like, Charlie, that could have been me. So what I'll say is that usually that thing that either people talk about, like whether it's in a positive or negative manner, tends to be like your strength, Like my friends say, I send podcasts, I don't send voice notes. So now I'm like, I need to do more speaking engagements. It needs to do something for me. And then people will say, maybe you like money a lot, And for the things that probably I wish I had gotten the help earlier, I believe that in our own little way, whether it's your kid, it's your niece or whatever, you see certain traits and you should encourage them, push them. Like this one, maybe you have a niece who's always dancing. And now I feel like a lot of parents do better with that, like they sign up for dance classes, ballet, this, that. You never know, because you could have a diverse background. Like I never did anything in food until I was like maybe 5 years deep into the food industry. Like I've always done things in reverse. I was a fashion designer who didn't know how to sew. I learned how to sew out of frustration because I realized I couldn't rely on my local seamstress to put the vision to life. So I signed up for fashion school. So if you have the opportunity to encourage somebody to, like, you sometimes see the light in people, and so if you can, please do your best to sort of like sow that seed in their minds so that what you couldn't have for yourself, hopefully somebody else gets the opportunity. Yeah.
I just wanted to leave us with something. 90% of your experience in life is lived here. What you believe about yourself, what you believe about the people you interact with. I have a question. Which population of people are the most confident people in the world? Okay, let me rephrase. It's not a nationality. Which age group is the most confident in this world?
Gen Z.
Children, which means that we are born with confidence. I have a little girl, Mommy, look. And I'm looking at her like, oh, that's nice, but it's really not that big a deal, right? But kids are so confident. That tells you that you were born confident. You were born believing in yourself. And then somewhere along the way, society started telling you, you're too dark, you're too fair, you're too fat, you're too skinny, you're too tall, you're too short. Or when you talk, you make mistakes, you talk too much. and then we start to internalize it. Don't wait. You don't need to wait to have money, success, to be on a panel, to start believing in yourself. Anything that you associate with your confidence that is external to you will always make your confidence shaky. Because you can be rich, but one day you walk into a room with people who are richer than you. And then what? Jeff Bezos will walk into a room and has walked into a room with people who have hair. Do you understand? Somebody will always, sorry. Someone will always have more of something than you. So does that mean that your confidence should be based on that? You can start today. Everybody sitting here, I know I've been in places like this before where I felt like, oh, me too, one day I'll be successful and then I'll feel good. No, start now. Affirm yourself. There's an app that I use called I Am, and it gives you daily affirmations. You can choose the number you want and speak those things to yourself. So that's just something I wanted to leave with you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much to my panel for a sweet and short discussion, but a very impactful one as well. Thank you so much.
So we're just going to take only one question from our founders. So Marina, over to you.
So I haven't asked any questions. I wanted to find something to ask. So Sheila mentioned something about cutting people off. But Petrina, this question is to you. What people don't mention, right, is that cutting people off is a very difficult thing to do. So you can cut them off, that's fine. You won't talk to them, you block them. Me, I don't block, I delete. So, maybe I'm saying too much, but yeah. So my question is, how do you deal with that? Because nobody ever talks about that. Everybody advises you to cut people off, but then a mental strain after, because you've known the people, you have a routine with them, but then how do you handle it after?
So cutting people off can be as direct as deleting them. And then it can also be redefining your relationship with them. So let me give you an example. You may have a friend who has an okra mouth, right? You share your personal business, you know, by all means, you hear it somewhere. But you have history with this person. When you want to do something, they call you and they're like, you can do it, I believe in you. If you want to go and sell somewhere, they'll come and sit by you. How do you navigate that? Because the relationship isn't all bad, right? You can redefine how you interact with that person. You don't give them okra to go and spread. So you will spend time with them, you will hang out with them, but you don't share your personal business, right? So there are some relationships where you don't have to cut the person off outright, but there's a little bit. Other ones, you cut back on the frequency of communication. You can blame it on school, blame it on work, and then you speak less often. But there are some situations that she mentioned that it's unhealthy for you. Especially us ladies, I just want to say, if you're in a relationship, please, you're not going to marry that person, I can guarantee you. Let them go. If you know that relationship is not healthy for you, gaslighting, physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, even in the context of a relationship, it's not worth it. But how do you deal with that part of things? Number one, it's okay to mourn the loss of a relationship. You can break up with someone, you can cut them off, and you can mourn, you can miss them, and it's okay. I miss my friend. I miss whoever this person is. But I did this thing for my best interest, so on a daily basis, things will get better. And this is even an example of an affirmation. So it's okay to feel two conflicting emotions where it's like, this is not good for me. At the same time, I love this person or I care about them, even if I've made a decision like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give it a round of applause. So we'll just take a picture. Hey, photo will drink. So, for the sake of time, thank you. To be available after the conference, so please to your questions and ask them, okay? Thank you for understanding. Please, let's get our photos. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Diane, for hosting a mixed panel. So as mentioned, most of these speakers are going to be available right after the conference. Some can be available on social media. Please do also follow them on social media and also send them a DM. And I'm sure that many of them are open to respond. Now, the next person we're going to bring up is from, I want to make sure I get this right. It's from the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Inc., West Africa alumni, the chapter Red Panda, and they're going to be talking about Period Poverty Initiative in about 3 minutes. Let's try to do this presentation on Period Poverty Initiative. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon again, everyone. So in addition to working for Ghana Tourism Authority, I'm also a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and I'm the chair of International Awareness and Involvement. Our Red Panda Period Poverty Initiative is aimed at women and girls in West Africa to help cure the period poverty issue. A lot of young girls in Ghana don't go to school when they start their period because they can't afford sanitary napkins. And so what we've done for Marina, we're going to donate 100 care packages for her to donate to girls of her choice. Period poverty is a very, very passionate thing to me in Ghana. We're also trying to work to get the tax associated with sanitary napkins removed. And we're doing this in Ghana and around West Africa. So I was brief. We will deliver the packages to you, Marina, and then you can choose the community to give them out in, and I will come with you to give out those items. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause. That was amazing. So all too soon, we're coming to the end of this conference. Aww, I want to cry. But honestly, I just want to say thank you once again to everyone. I believe that time invested is never time wasted, and you invested time in your future. And as I looked at the panelists here, I just could, please reduce the song. I can't hear myself. Thank you. And as I sat down and reflected, I see that some of you in the next few years, you guys are going to be sitting here as well and educating and informing the younger ones. What inspired you today? What's your takeaway message?
Be authentic. Yeah, be authentic. Yeah. I know there's been like notes of nuggets as well today, but we will have to get closing remarks from one of the key speakers as well on the panel. Yes, we've got so many nuggets and we want to crown it off, you know, by having some closing remarks from you. So once again, with a resounding round of applause from Ivy to give us her closing remarks. Please keep the applause going.
I don't know how I managed to let you all kidnap me the whole day and put me on the spot at the end. But there's one thing that I'm particularly pleased about, and so I don't feel like even a second of my, what was meant to be an extremely busy day has been wasted at all. I'd like to say a very big thank you to Marina and her team for a fantastic job done. putting today's event together. I'm so deeply touched because when I think back to my days, my late teens, early 20s, I feel like if I had opportunities like this opportunity that has been provided to you all, especially the younger women in the room, that perhaps, you know, things may have turned out differently for me. And so anyone who puts in any effort to present an opportunity for young women to be inspired, to be motivated, to be impacted, deserves all the applause. So I'd like to ask you all to put your hands together for the loudest round of applause to Marina. Today has indeed been impactful. There's so much that I have learned. I'm happy to have had the opportunity to share, and from the feedback received, a few people have learned a thing or two that they would apply to their own lives. I know that all the speakers have been phenomenal. The nuggets, you know, if you were to put them in a bag and carry them home, you'd probably need the help of a truck, because there's so much that has been shared and so much that I'm sure you've learned. As you all leave here today, I want you to promise yourselves, I wouldn't say promise me, promise yourselves that everything that you have learned here today, you would take some of it and you would apply it to your lives. And that every time you find yourself in a situation that's akin to any of the situations or the circumstances that the speakers have talked about, that you would remember something, take them as little tools that you would keep in your toolbox and pull them out as and when you require them. Sometimes you hear things and you think, oh, I can't even relate, but that day may come and you will need to remember it and do not make the same mistakes that other people have made. I shared earlier, and I can't stop saying, that even at my age, I still remind myself that I need to keep learning and I need to keep adding value to myself. Look, when you become the maven of whatever you do, you will find that a lot of the hurdles that we talk about, you know, about the challenges that women generally face, would only become a myth to you because you would hardly experience them. If you're the most knowledgeable person in the room, you will be acknowledged, whether people like it or not. If you're the most confident person in the room, people will listen to you. But the confidence is not enough. Confidence that is derived from knowledge, confidence that is derived from wisdom is what you need to exhibit. And you will find that a lot of the walls, whether real, whether perceived, will begin to collapse before your very eyes. Continue to build yourself up. Continue to add value to yourself. And as you do that, whether you know what your dreams are, whether you know what your purpose is, whether you have a clear vision or not, there's one that you can adopt from this event. And it is a dream, a vision, and a purpose to hold the hands of other young women and pull them along with you, pull them up. So if for nothing at all, build yourself up so that you can impact somebody's life. Build yourself up so that you can impart to somebody else. Build yourself up so that generations that come after us would be grateful for the effort that you made, because you, as an individual, impacted at least one life. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. So in the beginning, we asked what your expectations were. We got inspiration, so we hope you've been inspired. Networking. We hope you managed to engage the speakers, take a few contacts in the industry you're interested in. You mentioned learning, and definitely we've learned a whole lot today. And this would not have been possible without our distinguished partners, Ghana Tourism Authority, Beyond the Return Secretariat, Nespresso, Serves Events Ghana, the Little Champagne Truck, Barbex Africa, and KGL. And our media partners, Deborah, ABC News, you've been streaming since morning and you're still streaming. Thank you so much. Business 24, the 1957 News, GH News, and Investment Times. Mommy?
Thank you very much, Nipa. Remember when we started this conference, I gave you a statistic. I said that statistics shows that many people who attend these conferences, how much percent of people leave applying it? 3%. And I look around the room, and you guys are the evidence of that 3%. And I'm very confident that with everything that has been shared, you're going to go home and apply it. I have been impacted, and I'm sure you have too. Thank you very much. It was so fun being your host. My name is Mamedi here.
And my name is Nanama Ahoy. Next year. Thank you.
Hello. This is ABC News GH. We have been bringing you the live visuals from a wonderful conference dubbed A Lady with a Dream, organized by the Yumi or Umi Foundation, or let's say UMI Foundation. And I'm standing here with the lovely founder of the foundation in the person of Marina Lamte. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Fine, thank you.
All right, so this conference is themed A Lady with a Dream. But my first question to you is, what was your dream, or what is your dream for every single lady that walked into this hall today for the conference? What did you dream about for every single person in here?
For me, one of the main things is I wanted them to walk away with confidence, and I'm so glad that most of the speakers touched on that, because a lot of them, like you said, you come into my DMs and you're always asking me questions, and they always ask me how I'm confident, I'm always smiling, and I'm like, you don't have to have everything perfect, right? But then confidence, I wanted every single woman to walk away here confident, and thankfully, I went around asking them questions, and then they all spoke about how this conference alone has instilled certain confidence in them. I actually spoke to somebody who was depleted when she got here, but then listening to some of the speakers, she's realized that there's so much she can do. I mean, I have some actually been waiting to speak to me now, and they're all waiting to hear feedback from some of the speakers on how they also fared, because remember, when it got to the questions and answers, most of them were so overwhelmed they couldn't even ask questions. So yeah, for me, one of the main things I wanted them to walk away with was, number one, confidence. That's it.
All right, sure. Thank you so much. And one more question. If there's any lady out there, or just any person in general, who feels like they're beginning to have anxiety because I'm looking for my dream, I'm looking for my purpose, I keep searching for it, trying different things and new things, but I can't seem to find it, what would you tell such a person? Maybe the person has started getting anxious about the fact that they can't find that dream or that purpose. What would you tell such a person?
Well, for me, I'll tell you never to give up. Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans of hope and a good future." So there's always something to do. Also, don't put yourself in a box. I feel as if a lot of people put themselves in boxes. So then it becomes very difficult for them to make their decisions. Try different things. Like if you're young, try so many things. You know that most of the speakers said the same thing. In their 20s, they were doubling in different things, and finally they settled on something. And know that God has plans for you. It would happen at the right time, at the right season.
Wow, it will happen at the right time, in the right season. Okay, so my final question. What's next for the Yumi or Umi Foundation and Marina Lamte?
Wow. For the foundation, thankfully, this is our very first event, huge event actually. The project, A Lady with the Dream Conference. We have a couple of projects lined up for the year. I don't want to say that. I always believe in working in silence, but letting success make the noise. So we have a couple of events coming up, and we'll call you guys again to come on board. In terms of what's next for me, I always leave my hands. I always lift up my hands and say, God knows best for me. So I just leave it all to Him. I surrender to God. Whatever He wants for me to do, God will make sure it happens.
Sure, thank you so much, and you look ravishing, by the way. I totally have to add that this has been ABC News GH, and we have been bringing to you the conference A Dream, and we have touched on, we have interviewed several people who have given amazing feedback on the conference, a conference that centers on empowering ladies and confidence to chase their dreams. This has been ABC News GH. My name is Marta Bold. Thank you for joining us.